What if the tales we thought were just myths were fragments of something much older, much stranger? For over 2,000 years, the Odyssey has been celebrated as a cornerstone of ancient Greek literature, an epic of gods, monsters, and a hero's long journey home. But beneath the verses of Homer's poetic masterpiece, some believe lies a coded map, a record not just of myth, but of memory. Could Odysseus's voyage be more than a legend? A veiled chronicle of ancient catastrophes, lost civilizations, or even pre-human knowledge? From the storm-lashed shores of North Africa to the shadowed straits near ancient Palestine, modern researchers and rogue historians are uncovering unsettling clues. Anomalous ruins, cryptic alignments, whispers of forgotten cults, each piece pointing to mysteries Homer never meant to explain, or perhaps was forbidden to. Who really was Odysseus? And what did he see out there, beyond the edges of the known world? These are not the stories you learned in school. These are the Odyssey mysteries you never knew. So sit back, relax, and let's dive deep into the myths, the maps, and the unsolved riddles hidden in the journey of a hero who may have known far more than we ever imagined. The sun falls low over the Aegean, bathing the stony ruins of ancient Chios in a golden, flickering light. Cypress trees stand like sentinels among crumbling walls, their shadows stretching across dusty ground. Somewhere nearby, the sea laps quietly against forgotten shores, a place where myth and memory blur, and where the question of one man's identity continues to elude us. Who was Homer? It is one of the most enduring riddles of the ancient world. Two epic poems, the Iliad and the Odyssey, form the foundation of Western literature. These are works of staggering complexity, vivid detail, and emotional depth. They speak of war and longing, gods and men, love, betrayal, and the enduring human spirit. But despite their fame and their influence across millennia, the man who supposedly composed them remains a ghost, a name without a face, a voice without a known source. Traditionally, Homer is imagined as a blind bard, wandering from city to city, singing the stories of heroes long dead. This image, though romantic, emerges not from evidence, but from legend. Ancient sources offer wildly differing accounts. Some say he was born in Smyrna, in what is now Western Turkey. Others claim he came from Chios. Still others point to Colophon, Ithaca, or even parts of ancient Palestine. The earliest biographical sketches of Homer appear centuries after he was said to have lived, written by authors who relied on rumor, not record. Homer's very existence has been questioned. Could it be that Homer was not a single man at all, but a tradition, a title, a collective voice passed down through generations of storytellers? Some scholars propose the Homeric question, a debate stretching back to antiquity, which challenges the idea of sole authorship. They argue that the epics evolved over centuries, compiled from oral traditions by many hands, not one. But if Homer was merely a symbolic name, who finally committed the poems to writing, and when? Linguistic analysis places the Homeric texts around the 8th or 7th century BC, yet the events they describe, the siege of Troy, the wanderings across the Bronze Age Mediterranean, point to an earlier era, perhaps the 12th or 13th century BC. This gap of several centuries has fueled speculation. How could a poet describe, in such precise terms, a world that had vanished long before his time? Bronze weapons, Mycenaean architecture, even specific details about burial rites and social customs, all recorded with startling accuracy. Was this knowledge preserved orally with perfect fidelity? Or did Homer have access to records, sources, or memories now lost to history? A curious clue lies in the Homeric language itself, a mixture of dialects from various Greek regions, some of which never overlapped geographically. This patchwork quality suggests the poems were compiled from multiple regions, multiple voices. But it also raises another possibility, that Homer, whoever he was, had traveled widely. Or perhaps he belonged to a class of learned individuals with access to ancient archives or priestly traditions. In Alexandria, centuries later, scholars of the library puzzled over inconsistencies in the texts. Some fragments hinted at redactions, omissions, perhaps censorship. Others suspected hidden meanings, codes woven into the narrative. To this day, cryptographers and fringe historians scan the lines for embedded messages. Were the tales of Odysseus and Achilles mere entertainment, or encrypted maps of political or esoteric knowledge? Some of the more unconventional theories take a bolder leap. One suggests that Homer may have been a woman. The poet Sappho, writing on the island of Lesbos just a century later, composed with a lyrical style and emotional complexity not far removed from the Odyssey. Could it be that the deep empathy and focus on domestic life in that poem, unusual for ancient epics, reflect a female sensibility hidden behind a male pseudonym? Another theory links Homer not to Greece at all, but to ancient Palestine. Certain phrases and concepts in the Iliad resemble older Semitic traditions. Some scholars argue that cultural cross-pollination between the Eastern Mediterranean civilizations may have shaped Homeric thought more than previously acknowledged. The ancient ports of Phoenicia, known for their vast seafaring knowledge and literary traditions, offer tantalizing parallels. Could Homer have been influenced, if not descended, from a Levantine oral culture whose works have otherwise vanished beneath the sands? Still others search for Homer in the figure of a priestly scribe, someone initiated into mystery schools, well-versed in the symbolism and ritual cosmologies of the time. The journeys of Odysseus, they claim, are not just geographic, they are initiatory. Each island, each monster, each trial may represent stages of inner transformation, mapped out like a spiritual blueprint. If this were true, then Homer would not merely be a poet, but a custodian of secret knowledge, cloaked in narrative. And yet, for all these theories, for all the scholarly debates, the literary dissections, the archaeological comparisons, we still do not know. The poems endure. Their characters still breathe. But their creator remains a shadow. Could Homer have been real and yet entirely different from who we imagine? A traveler from the margins of the known world? A collective name for a forgotten brotherhood of storytellers? A woman whose voice was folded into patriarchal memory? Or something stranger still, a conduit for stories that did not originate on these shores at all? We may never know for certain. But perhaps that is what gives the mystery its power. Because somewhere, in the cadence of his lines and the echo of his metaphors, there remains the unmistakable presence of someone. Someone who saw, or remembered, or imagined a world in profound detail and gave it to us through verse. Someone whose name might not have been Homer at all, yet who lives, immortal, in every word. And as we continue to read, to study, to listen, we must ask, is it possible that Homer's true identity lies not in history, but in what we've forgotten to look for? The sea glimmers under a pale morning sky, its surface rippling like hammered bronze. In the distance, a cluster of islands emerges from the Ionian blue, silent, ancient, and seemingly unchanged by time. Among them lies the island today known as Ithaca, a rugged land of olive trees and limestone cliffs. Wind moves softly through its terraced hills, whispering stories older than the stones beneath it. But is this truly the home of Odysseus? Or is the real Ithaca still lost, waiting to be found? The search for Ithaca, the legendary homeland of Homer's cunning king, has fascinated scholars and explorers for centuries. According to the Odyssey, Ithaca was the final destination in a 10-year voyage filled with gods, monsters, and temptations. Yet when one turns to the physical landscape of modern-day Ithaca, some troubling questions arise. The ancient poem describes Ithaca as low-lying, farthest to the west, and facing dusk. But Ithaca, while undoubtedly beautiful, is mountainous, not low-lying, and not the westernmost of the Ionian islands. These discrepancies, once dismissed as poetic license, have since become focal points in a broader debate. Where was Ithaca? Classical tradition, anchored by the authority of later geographers like Strabo and Ptolemy, identified the island of Ithaca with Homeric Ithaca. Coins bearing Odysseus's image were minted there in antiquity. Local legends persist to this day, yet inconsistencies in the geographical descriptions of the Odyssey continue to cast doubt. Was Homer wrong, or were later generations mistaken in assigning the wrong island to the name? In the early 2000s, a new theory captured global attention. British businessman and amateur archaeologist Robert Biddlestone, working with geologists and classical scholars, proposed a startling idea: that the real Ithaca isn't Ithaca at all, but rather a region on the western edge of the island of Kephallonia. More specifically, the Peliki Peninsula, which is today joined to Kephallonia by a narrow isthmus of land. According to Biddlestone's hypothesis, this isthmus did not exist in Homeric times. Instead, geological shifts, possibly triggered by earthquakes and landslides, connected Peliki to Kephallonia sometime after the Bronze Age. If Peliki were once an island, it would meet Homer's description: westward facing, low-lying, and farther out than the neighboring lands. To support the claim, Biddlestone and his team used satellite imagery, geological surveys, and underwater scans. They even argued that certain place names in the poem match features of Peliki more precisely than Ithaca, a ravine where Odysseus is said to have hidden his treasures. A cave with two entrances, one for mortals, the other for gods. Could these be real, misidentified for centuries? The geological argument, while compelling to some, remains controversial. Not all experts are convinced that Peliki was ever fully separated from Kephallonia. Others question whether Homer's descriptions can, or should, be taken as literal geography. After all, the poem is not a map, but a work of oral tradition, filtered through centuries of retelling. And yet, the poem is oddly specific in its geographical references. It names neighboring lands: Same, Dulichion, Zakynthos. It places Ithaca in clear relation to them. It describes the journeys of Odysseus not in abstract terms, but through real directions, ports, and distances, suggesting that the poet, or the tradition from which he drew, had a concrete understanding of this world. Other, more speculative theories have emerged over the years. Some propose that Ithaca was not in the Ionian at all, but farther afield. One theory places it near the Gulf of Corinth, arguing that the names and landscape fit more closely with descriptions from the Odyssey. Another even suggests that Ithaca may lie off the coast of ancient Palestine, proposing that the epic's voyage reflects a broader Mediterranean seafaring tradition, one that incorporated Phoenician navigation routes and myths. Such ideas, while fringe, raise deeper questions. Were Homer's stories the product of purely Greek memory? Or do they reflect a much older, pan-Mediterranean cultural memory, one shaped by migrations, trade, and war long before the Greek city-states rose to prominence? Archaeological evidence complicates the picture further. Excavations on modern Ithaca have uncovered Mycenaean structures and artifacts, suggesting it was inhabited during the time traditionally associated with Odysseus. A large building at Stavros has even been called the Palace of Odysseus, though this remains debated. Yet similar remains have been found on other islands in the region, including Kephallonia. The Mycenaean world was not limited to one island. It was a network, a maritime culture spanning coastlines and islands alike. So perhaps the question is not just where Ithaca was, but what Ithaca meant. Could Ithaca have referred to a wider region under Odysseus's rule rather than a single island? Might the Homeric poets have merged different locations and legends into one symbolic homeland? In this reading, Ithaca becomes less a place on a map and more a mythic ideal, a place of return, of identity, of memory, a symbol rather than a location. And yet, the physical search continues. Geologists still probe the land bridges of Kephallonia. Underwater archaeologists scan coastlines for submerged structures. Local farmers in Ithaca report strange stone ruins in their olive groves, unexplained caverns, ancient roads leading nowhere. The earth still holds its secrets tightly. The mystery of Ithaca is more than just a geographical puzzle. It is a mirror held up to how we remember the past, how myth, memory, and landscape interweave. For every answer we think we find, new questions rise from the sea. Was Homer describing a real place, or a dream shaped by centuries of oral memory? Did Ithaca sink, shift, or simply change names? Perhaps somewhere beneath the limestone ridges and tangled roots of the Ionian Isles, the real Ithaca still lies undisturbed, waiting for someone to see it, not for what it has become, but for what it once was. And if we could stand there, on that shore, would we recognize it at all? A parchment map lies under soft, flickering lamplight, its edges curled with age, its surface marked by faint inked lines and strange, looping curves. Coastlines trail off into uncertain seas, dotted with names both familiar and forgotten. But this isn't a map from a cartographer's archive. It's a verse, a poem, a journey told in song. And for over 2,000 years, some have asked, could Homer's Odyssey be more than a story? Could it be a map? The idea is not new, but it remains controversial. The Odyssey traces the long return of Odysseus, the king of Ithaca, after the fall of Troy. His voyage, filled with sirens and sea monsters, treacherous storms and divine interventions, spans a vast and uncertain landscape, across seas both known and imagined. For generations, the poem has been viewed as myth, rich in metaphor, layered with moral lessons. But beneath the poetry, some scholars and explorers have found something else, a surprisingly structured sequence of locations, navigational hints, and maritime logic. Could the epic, long assumed to be allegorical, actually preserve fragments of ancient geographical knowledge? Let's begin where the poem does, in the eastern Mediterranean. Troy, located near modern-day Hisarlik in Turkey, is a real archaeological site, excavated and debated since the 19th century. From there, Odysseus's route is said to stretch westward, though the poem never provides specific coordinates or consistent distances. Yet, as early as the 4th century BC, thinkers like Eratosthenes tried to trace the voyage using geographical reasoning. Later, Roman geographers attempted to match Homer's islands and dangers to known coastal features, but the results were puzzling. Some locations overlapped, others vanished. The landscape of the Odyssey seemed familiar, and yet distorted, like looking through ancient glass. Modern scholars have attempted to make sense of this confusion. Some argue that Homer, or the oral traditions he drew from, preserved memories of Bronze Age navigation routes. Before the collapse of Mycenaean civilization around 1200 BC, the Aegean and Eastern Mediterranean were crisscrossed by merchant fleets, raiders, and diplomats. Could the Odyssey be a poetic archive of these routes, filtered through myth and time? Certain clues lend weight to this theory. The island of the Lotus-Eaters, often dismissed as a mythic invention, resembles descriptions of the Gulf of Gabes in modern-day Tunisia, a region known for its unique flora and intoxicating lotus fruit. The land of the Laestrygonians, described as a place of long days and strange light, could point north, perhaps to parts of Sardinia or even farther, where sunlight stretches unnaturally in summer months. The journey past Scylla and Charybdis, two deadly sea monsters flanking a narrow strait, has often been linked to the Strait of Messina between Sicily and mainland Italy, known since antiquity for dangerous currents and rock formations. The floating island of Aeolus, god of winds, has been associated with the volcanic Aeolian Islands, where sudden gusts and tremors still disrupt seafarers. Is it possible, then, that the poet wove real landmarks into his tale, cloaking them in myth to preserve their secrecy? Or their sacredness? If so, why? Some have suggested that the Odyssey was a mnemonic tool, designed to encode a navigational route in the form of story. Before the widespread use of maps, mariners often relied on narrative, memory, and oral instruction to traverse the sea. Just as Polynesian navigators once memorized entire star maps in the form of chants, could Greek sailors have encoded sailing instructions in mythic verse? More speculative voices go further. A few researchers claim that the Odyssey charts not only physical space, but psychological and esoteric knowledge. In this reading, each island represents a stage of transformation, temptation, loss, madness, awakening. This view borrows from mystery traditions found throughout the ancient world, from Egypt to Phoenicia to ancient Palestine, where sacred journeys often doubled as inner rites. Could Homer have inherited a coded ritual journey, then reinterpreted it as the tale of a lost king? Still others take the mapping theory in a different direction, suggesting that the epic conceals knowledge of ancient sea routes stretching beyond the Pillars of Heracles, now known as the Strait of Gibraltar. Odysseus's long detour westward has been linked by some to voyages into the Atlantic, to Madeira, the Azores, even the Canary Islands. These theories are difficult to verify, but not impossible. After all, ancient sailors reached Britain and the far coasts of Africa. Could they have gone farther than we assumed? A tantalizing clue lies in the sequence of winds and currents described in the poem. When plotted using modern meteorological data, some of the directions given in the Odyssey correspond, imperfectly but suggestively, with known seasonal wind patterns. The north wind, the storm from the west, the dead calm near the land of the Sirens, all align with regional maritime phenomena. Could this knowledge have been encoded intentionally? And if the Odyssey is a map, then what precisely was it mapping? A trading circuit? A ritual journey? A lost migration route? Or something else entirely? The absence of clear answers only deepens the mystery. For every theory, there is a counter-theory. For every proposed island, another is dismissed. And yet the structure of the poem remains, looping, precise, and oddly navigable. In recent years, digital tools have added new layers to the investigation. Geographic Information Systems, GIS, have been used to recreate Homeric geography. Algorithms compare coastline shapes, wind patterns, and journey durations with proposed locations. But even with advanced modeling, the mystery holds. The poem is too flexible, too interpretive, too rich in symbolic overtones to yield easily to science. And maybe that is the point. Because whether real or imagined, the journey of Odysseus has always been more than a route. It is a passage through the unknown, through dangers seen and unseen, through temptation, despair, and ultimately, homecoming. But still, we wonder, could someone, long ago, have used this story to navigate real seas? Could a poem we teach in literature classes have once served as a sailor's guide through fog, reef, and tide? And if that's true, what other maps are we misreading as myths? Perhaps somewhere, in a verse we've overlooked, a direction still points the way. A jagged coastline rises from the sea, wind-lashed and white with salt. The waves hiss against the rocks, drawing back like breath before a whisper. Here, in this haunting silence broken only by gulls and crashing foam, the imagination begins to stir. It is easy to believe that this is the place, one of many claimed to be, that Odysseus passed by, lashed to the mast of his ship, while the voices of the Sirens beckoned from shore with a song that no man could resist. What were the Sirens? In the Odyssey, they appear only briefly, but their presence lingers like a shadow throughout the epic. Odysseus is warned by the sorceress Circe of their power, their ability to lure sailors to ruin with melodies so beautiful, so perfect, they erase the will to live. Anchoring his men's ears with wax and binding himself to the mast, Odysseus becomes the only mortal known to hear their song and survive. The story is ancient, archetypal, and deeply unsettling. A song that kills not with violence, but with longing. What could it have sounded like? Was it real? Over time, the image of the Sirens has evolved. In early Greek art, they are depicted not as mermaids, but as creatures with the bodies of birds and the heads of women, more chthonic than seductive. Their origins lie far deeper than Homer. Older than even written myth, they echo across ancient Mesopotamian and Mediterranean cultures, where half-human, half-animal beings guarded thresholds between life and death, land and sea, sanity and madness. Some scholars suggest the Sirens were originally spirits of the dead, guardians of the afterlife or messengers between worlds. Their association with music and death is no accident. In Greek funerary art, lyres and flutes often accompany depictions of the soul's journey. Could the Siren's song have once symbolized that liminal passage, a beautiful, irresistible call from another realm? Yet other interpretations are more grounded in geography and science. Certain coastal areas of southern Italy and western Greece, especially the islands near the Strait of Messina, have long been associated with the Sirens. Here, strong underwater currents, sudden gusts of wind, and odd acoustics can distort sound and disorient sailors. Some researchers believe the song may have been a natural phenomenon, wind whistling through rock formations, bird calls bouncing off cliff faces, or the hypnotic rhythm of waves echoing in sea caves. The connection between music and danger is not limited to myth. Throughout history, accounts of singing rocks, crying winds, and ghost voices have been recorded by seafarers around the world. Are these coincidences? Or did ancient mariners, without the lens of modern science, interpret these eerie sounds as otherworldly calls? Still, there are more speculative theories, ones that stretch the boundary between ancient myth and ancient memory. One suggests that the Sirens may have represented real women, priestesses or oracles who lived in isolated coastal sanctuaries, perhaps near ancient Palestine or the Levantine coast. In this view, the song was not literal music, but secret knowledge, mystical insight, forbidden wisdom spoken in tongues now forgotten. Sailors, drawn to their sacred knowledge or erotic allure, may have perished not by enchantment, but by transgressing boundaries they did not understand. Another theory links the Sirens to the effects of sound on the human nervous system. Certain tones, especially those within specific frequency ranges, can induce trance-like states, anxiety, even hallucinations. Modern sound studies suggest that infrasound, low-frequency vibrations below the range of human hearing, can cause nausea, disorientation, and a sense of dread. Could ancient coastal zones with natural geophysical activity have produced such effects? And could the legends of fatal songs be distorted memories of physiological responses to these eerie forces? But it is not just the sound that haunts us, it is the content of the Siren's song. In the Odyssey, they do not sing of pleasure or seduction. They promise knowledge. They claim to know all that has happened in the world and all that is yet to come. They offer Odysseus the ultimate temptation, understanding, insight, truth. This alone sets them apart from other mythological threats. The Sirens are not monsters of brute force. They are keepers of wisdom, wisdom that kills. Why? What truth was so dangerous that to hear it was to lose the will to live? Here, the lines between mythology, mysticism, and psychology begin to blur. Some interpret the Sirens' song as symbolic of human obsession, the kind that drives poets, prophets, and seekers to madness. Others read it as an allegory of memory itself. Odysseus, after years of war and wandering, is not lured by lust or glory, but by the idea of finally knowing the meaning behind it all. That is the tragedy of the Sirens. Not that they deceive, but that they tell the truth. A few fringe theories venture even further, suggesting that Homer encoded ancient astronomical or geodetic knowledge in the form of metaphor. In this view, the Sirens are not beings, but markers, literal or symbolic, of dangerous regions on ancient sea charts. Places where the gravitational pull of the Earth affects currents, or where celestial navigation becomes disoriented. This speculative cartography builds on the earlier question: was the Odyssey a map? And if so, are the Sirens a warning left for those who dared to follow the same path? Still others suggest that the Sirens' true power lies in the voice itself, not as melody, but as transmission. Some esoteric traditions in the ancient world taught that sound was the foundation of creation, that the right tone, word, or phrase could change consciousness, unlock perception, or even alter reality. If such knowledge existed, and was once encoded in myth, what might the Sirens' song have really been? A frequency, a forgotten language, or something far more primal? The sea keeps its secrets well, and the rocks where the Sirens were said to sing remain, unchanged, unmoved, quiet. Yet something in that story continues to speak to us. A warning, perhaps, or an invitation. If the Sirens truly sang once, then what, if anything, still echoes in the wind? And if we listened closely enough, would we hear them again? Mist curls over a lonely shoreline where dark waters meet jagged stone. The wind carries a strange stillness, broken only by the soft, rhythmic lapping of waves. Here, on the edge of the known world, it's easy to imagine the veil between the living and the dead growing thin. This is the place Homer described in hushed tones, a place not of monsters or battles, but of silence, shadow, and the unrelenting weight of memory. This is the entrance to the Underworld. In the Odyssey, the journey to the Underworld marks a turning point. Odysseus, having defied storms, gods, and temptations, now faces something far more profound: a descent into death's domain. Not in body, but in spirit. He seeks not treasure, but truth, guidance from the dead, a map to the future. Few passages in Homer's epic are as haunting, or as enigmatic as this one. But was it purely myth? Or could this chilling voyage have roots in a real place, a real rite, a real descent? The text gives clues. Odysseus is instructed by Circe to sail to the land of the Cimmerians, where the sun never shines and perpetual mist hangs over the earth. There, at the borders of ocean, he must perform a ritual: dig a trench, pour libations of honey, milk, wine, and blood, to summon the souls of the dead. What follows is a procession of phantoms, warriors, prophets, kings, and the spirit of his own mother. Some classical geographers believed this mythical threshold lay at the edges of the known world, perhaps at the mouth of the Black Sea or the fog-laden northern shores of Europe. Others pointed to a more symbolic reading, where ocean represented not a body of water, but the liminal realm surrounding the living world, a conceptual horizon beyond which lay only death. Yet in ancient times, people did attempt to locate the underworld. Near the modern town of Ephyra in northwestern Greece, Nestled beside the Acheron River lie the ruins of the Necromonteon, an ancient oracle of the dead. Archaeological excavations have uncovered chambered halls, underground tunnels, and signs of ritual practice dating back as early as the 7th century BC. Greek sources describe the site as a place where the dead could be contacted, their wisdom drawn forth by elaborate ceremonies involving darkness, isolation, and sensory manipulation. Could Homer have been drawing on real traditions known in his time? Rituals where initiates descended into carefully designed structures, simulating death in order to return transformed? The Necromanteon, with its twisting corridors and hidden chambers, is not alone. Across the ancient Mediterranean, other sites echo with similar purpose. In central Italy, Etruscan tombs are carved into hillsides like homes for the dead, complete with doorways and frescoes of banquet scenes. In southern Palestine, ancient Canaanite cults maintained shrines for the spirits of ancestors, where communication with the underworld was woven into religious life. And in Egypt, the elaborate Book of the Dead guided souls through a perilous journey below, suggesting that the idea of an afterlife voyage was both widespread and deeply embedded in human culture. So why did Homer include it in the Odyssey? Some scholars argue the catabasis, descent into the underworld, was a narrative device borrowed from even older mythologies. The Sumerian tale of Inanna, the Egyptian journey of Ra, and the Akkadian descent of Ishtar all predate Homer and follow a similar structure. A living figure ventures into the realm of the dead, undergoes a trial, and emerges changed. Was Homer preserving a shared memory passed down through generations of oral tradition of an ancient spiritual ordeal? Other interpretations are more esoteric. They suggest that Odysseus's journey was not physical at all, but visionary, a symbolic or altered state experience facilitated by ritual, fasting, or entheogenic substances. The careful instructions he receives, the blood sacrifices, the liminal setting, all align with shamanic traditions found around the world. Could the cave of the dead have been within the mind? Then there is the question of what Odysseus learns. The underworld is not a place of punishment, but of knowledge. He hears prophecies. He sees heroes broken by fate. He confronts the price of war and the limits of human control. The experience humbles him, strips away arrogance. In that way, it mirrors real rites of passage, transformation through symbolic death and rebirth. But if the Odyssey's underworld was inspired by a real place, what might it have looked like? In Epirus, near the Acheron River, the same river Homer names as the boundary to Hades, natural caves snake beneath limestone cliffs, some leading to underground lakes and passageways still unexplored. Even today, the region is steeped in folk tales of ghosts and unseen presences. Tourists who visit often speak of an eerie quiet, a heaviness in the air, as if something ancient lingers beneath the surface. The name Acheron itself means river of woe. To the ancient Greeks, it was not just metaphorical. It was geography fused with theology. Could early navigators or priests have used these landscapes to inspire the myth, a convergence of natural wonder and spiritual belief? Or is the myth far older than any one location? A universal story passed from culture to culture, shaped by local terrain but rooted in a single archetype, the journey inward through darkness toward understanding. A final, more speculative theory holds that the underworld of the Odyssey maps a kind of cosmic diagram, an early blueprint of the soul's journey through the afterlife. Hidden in the narrative structure, proponents claim, are mathematical proportions, astronomical alignments, even encoded references to planetary cycles. These ideas border on the fringe, yet they reflect a genuine curiosity. Was Homer's epic more than storytelling? Was it encoding a spiritual cosmology now lost to us? We may never know. But the allure of the underworld endures. Whether as a sacred site, a metaphorical rite, or a literal descent into subterranean chambers, the journey Odysseus takes remains one of the most haunting in all literature. It echoes with questions we still ask today. Where do we go when we die? Can the living ever truly cross that threshold and return? And if Odysseus did, what did he really see in the dark? The sun bleeds into the Tyrrhenian Sea, casting long shadows over the volcanic cliffs of Mount Circe. A jagged promontory juts into the water, its slopes veiled in dense Mediterranean scrub, wild myrtle, rosemary, and laurel. In the hush of evening, with the call of seabirds echoing off the stone, there's something otherworldly here, something watching, something remembered. This is the land some believe to be Aea, the island of the enchantress Circe. In the Odyssey, Aea is the place where time unravels. Odysseus and his men arrive weary and cautious, drawn to a mysterious smoke rising from the forest. Within a stone hall, they find Circe, beautiful, serene, and terrifying. With a touch and a whispered charm, she transforms men into beasts, pigs, stripped of speech and memory. Yet Odysseus, aided by the god Hermes, resists her magic. What follows is not battle, but hospitality, a truce, a seduction, a year of forgetting, a year of enchantment. Who or what was Circe? And did her island really exist? Mount Circeo, located on Italy's western coast between Rome and Naples, has long been linked to Aea. In antiquity, it was once a true island, separated from the mainland by swamps and marshes. Today it stands as a peninsula, rising steeply from the sea, shrouded in myths older than the Romans themselves. Local folklore still tells of spirits in the hills, of caves that breathe warm air, of women who walk the coastline alone beneath the moonlight. The region is steeped in ancient history. Archaeological finds reveal Bronze Age habitation, tools, pottery, and evidence of seafaring cultures. In the Grotta della Maga Circe, a cavern at the base of the cape, votive offerings have been discovered. Small figurines, seashells, and fragments of early ritual. Was this place once a sanctuary to a real woman, later transformed into myth? Or does it preserve something even stranger? The memory of ancient rites now lost to time. In Homer's text, Circe is more than a sorceress. She is described as a goddess, a daughter of Helios, the sun god, and Perse, an ocean nymph. Her power is not demonic, but elemental, tied to herbs, chants, and lunar cycles. She embodies the old religion, the wild, chthonic, matriarchal forces that predate Olympian order. Some scholars believe Circe is a literary echo of an older Mediterranean tradition, one in which women held sacred knowledge, not of war or governance, but of nature, healing, and transformation. Was Circe then a priestess, a healer misunderstood, or a metaphor for the danger and allure of feminine power in a patriarchal world? Others suggest that Circe's island represents a liminal space, not quite real, not quite imagined, a place outside of time. Her ability to suspend Odysseus for a full year, unnoticed by his crew, hints at altered states of consciousness. Could Aea be a stand-in for the experience of trance, ritual intoxication, or even initiation? Ancient texts from across the Mediterranean speak of sacred islands used for retreat, learning, or vision. From the Delphic oracle to the sanctuaries of Samothrace and Eleusis, initiates underwent rituals designed to displace ordinary perception and reconnect them with divine insight. Circe's transformation of men into animals may not be literal magic, but symbolic of a stripping away of ego, status, and language. A regression, perhaps, before rebirth. From a more grounded perspective, some have tried to map Aeaea elsewhere. The island of Ponza, part of the Pontine archipelago, has been proposed due to its isolation, natural beauty, and prehistoric ruins. Others point to islands off the coast of Palestine, Cyprus, or even Crete, each offering its own network of caves, medicinal herbs, and mythic resonance. The Phoenicians, whose maritime empire spanned much of the Mediterranean by 1000 BC, maintained shrines to powerful goddesses, Astarte, Tanit, who bore striking similarities to Circe. Were these figures all different names for the same archetype? And did Homer, or the bards before him, draw inspiration from actual priestesses who wielded plant-based knowledge and ritual magic? There's a growing theory that Circe's sorcery was rooted in early pharmacology. The potion she uses to transform Odysseus's men may have contained psychoactive plants, mandrake, henbane, or belladonna. These herbs, known in ancient herbals, induce hallucinations, paralysis, and disorientation. A crew of hungry sailors offered food laced with such ingredients might well lose memory, speech, and even the will to flee. Was this alchemy, or science misread as spell work? Even the term pharmakon in ancient Greek held double meaning, both remedy and poison. Circe's duality, as both threat and healer, mirrors this ambiguity. Still, none of this fully explains why Odysseus stays. Why, after resisting her magic, does he remain for a full year? Why does he call her divine among goddesses and leave only with her blessing and guidance? Perhaps Aeaea is not just a detour, but a crucible, a place where something essential is lost and something deeper is found. Circe tells Odysseus of the next stage in his journey, not simply which direction to sail, but how to prepare for the underworld. Her role is initiatory. She is the threshold guardian, the last light before descent into shadow. This positions her island not as a danger, but as a rite of passage. And yet, the location of Aeaea remains elusive. Despite centuries of speculation, no definitive island has been named, no ruins conclusively linked to Circe. Her myth floats just beyond our grasp, like a shoreline seen through sea mist. Was Circe ever real? Was her island a physical place, a ceremonial center, a drug-induced vision, or a poetic metaphor for the liminal space between human and divine? The clues are scattered across ruins, texts, and windswept cliffs. But perhaps, as with all great mysteries, the answer lies not in certainty but in the question itself. What if Aeaea was never meant to be found, but only remembered? The wind moves softly across the rocky hills of western Greece. In the distance, the sea glistens under a pale sky, the same Ionian waters Homer once envisioned as pathways to monsters, gods, and memory. Olive trees cling to the sun-drenched slopes, their twisted roots anchored deep in a landscape older than myth. Somewhere here, it is said, the king of Ithaca once ruled, a man who went to war for 10 years and wandered 10 more, a man whose cunning rivaled the gods, a man called Odysseus. But what does that name truly mean? It's a question that has puzzled scholars for centuries. On the surface, Odysseus is simply a name, familiar, storied, evocative. Yet behind the syllables lies a web of uncertainty, of contested meanings and forgotten origins. Homer himself appears to offer an explanation in the Odyssey. Odysseus tells the Phaeacians that his name means a man of pain, one who brings and suffers grief. In Greek, Odysseus means to be angry with, or to hate. Thus, Odysseus becomes the one who is hated, or he who causes wrath. But is that truly the origin of his name? Or is it, as some now believe, a later rationalization of a far older, more complex identity? Linguists have long debated whether Odysseus is even Greek in origin. Some propose it is pre-Greek, perhaps even derived from a language spoken in the Aegean before the rise of Mycenaean civilization. Others see Semitic echoes in the sound of the name, suggesting ties to ancient Phoenician roots or even early contacts with the Levantine coast, modern-day Palestine. Could the name have been imported, preserved, and repurposed through oral tradition? And if so, what does that suggest about Odysseus himself? His character, after all, stands apart from many Greek heroes. Unlike the mighty Ajax or the wrathful Achilles, Odysseus is defined not by brute strength, but by wit, guile, and adaptability. He lies with ease, disguises himself as a beggar, and defeats his enemies not in open battle, but through careful deception. Even the gods are split on whether to admire or fear him. Was his very name meant to reflect this ambiguity? Some classicists suggest that Odysseus might have originally been a demonized figure, perhaps an outsider to early Greek culture, whose cleverness and strange tactics made him both useful and suspect. Over time, as myths evolved, this shadowed figure was recast as a hero, though traces of his darker edge remain. We see it in his cruelty toward the Cyclops, in his manipulation of the suitors, in the long and complex tests he must undergo before being welcomed home. In some fringe interpretations, Odysseus's name is tied to the idea of the trickster, a figure found in nearly every mythological tradition. From Loki in Norse myths to Coyote in Native American stories, the trickster embodies boundary-breaking, transformation, and challenge. These figures often blur lines between good and evil, between chaos and creation. Could Odysseus be a Greek manifestation of this archetype? And if so, was his name once a title rather than a personal identity? There are also theories that seek to decode the name not through language, but through symbolism. Some have speculated that Odysseus's name encodes astronomical or cosmological knowledge, that it reflects the hero's journey as a metaphor for the sun's passage through the underworld during the winter months, or for the soul's descent into darkness before rebirth. In this reading, Odysseus becomes a cipher for the human condition itself, wandering, suffering, learning. And yet, in the world of the Odyssey, names carry immense weight. To know someone's name is to understand their story, their essence. When Odysseus tells the Cyclops that his name is Nobody, it is not just a clever trick. It is a temporary erasure of his identity. Later, when he reclaims his true name, it triggers a chain of consequences: divine wrath, storms, and shipwreck. The name has power. It always has. Could that power have ancient roots? Some have looked to Linear B tablets, the earliest known written form of Greek, used by the Mycenaeans before the fall of their civilization around 1200 BC, for clues. These tablets include references to names that may be early forms of Odysseus, or perhaps similar-sounding regional titles. But the evidence is fragmentary. The name, as we recognize it, only fully emerges in the Homeric epics centuries later. This delay raises questions. Was Odysseus a name invented by Homer himself? Or was he drawing upon an oral tradition so old that its origins had already begun to blur? And if Odysseus was a later literary construct, crafted to evoke certain traits, to echo certain linguistic rhythms, what then of the man beneath the myth? Some fringe scholars, though working well outside the bounds of mainstream academia, have gone so far as to suggest that Odysseus was not a person at all, but a code, a name for a journey, not a man. In this interpretation, Odysseus signifies the experience of exile, struggle, and return, a path all humans must follow. The name becomes a mirror, a story we tell ourselves about ourselves. Still others point to the similarity between Odysseus and words from neighboring languages. Could there be connections to Anatolian deities? To the Ugaritic pantheon once worshipped along the coast of Palestine? These ideas remain speculative, yet they hint at how fluid names and identities were in the Bronze Age Mediterranean, a region marked not by isolation, but by exchange. What if Odysseus was a composite, a fusion of different figures, cultures, and oral tales stitched together into one enduring name? What if Odysseus never meant just one thing? In the end, the name remains as elusive as the man who bore it, a syllabic enigma passed down through fire-lit song and silent ruins, a name that carries the scent of salt air, the weight of grief, and the promise of return. And so we are left to wonder, is the meaning of Odysseus buried in some forgotten dialect, hidden in a lost tablet, a sunken port, or an ancient temple now reclaimed by earth? Or is the mystery of his name, like the man himself, meant to remain forever just out of reach? The sun rises slowly over a quiet, windless shore. Golden light spills across still waters, bathing the horizon in a hazy, dreamlike glow. The air is thick with the scent of distant blooms, sweet and unfamiliar. Here, in this place untouched by time, the sky and sea seem to blur into one endless, tranquil moment. And somewhere beyond the veil of memory and myth lies the land of the Lotus-Eaters. It is a haunting episode in the Odyssey, brief yet unforgettable. Odysseus and his weary crew, tossed and battered by storm and fate, find themselves drawn to a strange shore, where the people, serene and indifferent, offer them the fruit of the lotus. A simple taste is all it takes. The sailors who eat it forget their homes, their purpose, even their own names. All they want is to stay. But where was this place? And what exactly was the lotus? Homer offers few clues. The land is unnamed, its location vague, and the people, those mysterious Lotus-Eaters, are neither hostile nor kind, only passive, lost in a gentle stupor. For generations, scholars have tried to chart this elusive island, pinning it to various points across the ancient Mediterranean. Some argue for the coastal reaches of North Africa, perhaps near modern-day Libya or Tunisia. Herodotus, writing centuries later, mentions a Libyan tribe called the Lotophagoi, Lotus-Eaters, who consumed a fruit said to be both delicious and intoxicating. Is it possible that Homer was inspired by real travelers' accounts? That the lotus was not a myth, but an actual plant known to early seafarers? Botanists have long debated the identity of the fabled lotus. Was it the fruit of the jujube tree, Ziziphus lotus, common across North Africa and parts of the Middle East? Or perhaps the blue Egyptian lotus, Nymphaea caerulea, known for its psychoactive properties and often associated with ritual and rebirth in ancient Nile cultures? The jujube, with its sweet, date-like flavor, could certainly lull the senses with comfort. But the Egyptian lotus carries a deeper intrigue. Used in ceremonial rites, it was believed to induce mild euphoria, vivid dreams, and even spiritual visions. Could Odysseus's men have encountered a culture that revered such a plant? One whose rituals blurred the line between reality and trance? The image of the Lotus-Eaters, a people who live without pain, ambition, or memory, has sparked interpretations that stretch far beyond the literal. Were they meant as a warning against the seductions of forgetfulness? Or did Homer glimpse, in their world, an older, more mysterious truth? Some scholars have suggested that the land of the Lotus-Eaters represents not a physical location, but a psychological state, a realm of liminality, where time dissolves and the soul loses its tether to the known world. In this view, Odysseus's journey is not just across the sea, but through altered states of consciousness, through metaphorical landscapes of longing, temptation, and identity. Could the land of the Lotus-Eaters, then, have been a site of ancient ritual or drug-induced trance? There are temples scattered across the Mediterranean, some carved into rock, others now half buried beneath centuries of dust, that suggest the ancients explored altered states in ways modern archaeology still struggles to understand. Sites in Crete, Cyprus, and along the coast of Palestine bear traces of offerings, floral remains, and symbols associated with ecstatic worship and vegetal cults. One cannot help but wonder, could such a place have inspired the myth? Others turn to the sea itself for answers. The Phoenicians, seafaring traders from the eastern Mediterranean, traveled widely and brought with them tales, substances, and plant lore. If Odysseus's voyage reflects the memory of real maritime roots, perhaps the lotus was something brought back from distant shores, its effects exaggerated or misunderstood by oral storytellers. And then there are the more speculative theories. Some have suggested that the lotus may have been a metaphor for narcotics, opium perhaps, or cannabis, introduced earlier to the region than previously thought. Others see echoes of shamanic traditions, where initiates consumed sacred plants to dissolve the ego and journey inward. In such rituals, the self is lost, and only through great struggle can it be reclaimed. Was the lotus a gateway to another realm of awareness, or a trap dressed in sweetness? In the calm haze of the Lotus-Eaters' land, we encounter something that feels both ancient and eerily modern, a desire to escape, to drift, to let go of the weight of the world. It is a temptation that echoes across cultures and centuries. Even today, the idea of losing oneself in blissful forgetfulness, whether through substances, distraction, or fantasy, remains potent. But Odysseus resists. He drags his men back to the ship, weeping. He binds them to purpose even as they cry to remain. Why? Because forgetting, Homer seems to tell us, is the true death. The loss of home, of self, of memory. These are the deepest dangers of the journey. And yet, the question lingers. Was the land of the Lotus-Eaters purely imagined? Or does some forgotten shore still bear the imprint of that otherworldly calm? A place where the wind does not rise, where the fruit is golden and soft, and where those who land may never wish to leave. Even now, the Mediterranean hides its secrets well. Caves remain unexplored. Ancient trade routes are submerged beneath silt and salt. Could the real lotus still grow in some remote valley, quietly flowering beneath the sun? Or was the true lotus never a plant at all, but something planted instead within the human heart? Something that calls to us when we are tired, when we are lost, when we begin to forget the way home. The wind whispers through the olive groves of Ithaca, carrying the scent of sea spray and the faint hum of cicadas. Aged stones, half buried in soil, hint at ancient foundations. Somewhere among them, perhaps beneath a farmer's plow or hidden in the hollow of a hillside, rests the echo of a king returned home in secret. A figure cloaked not in glory, but in rags. Unknown, unseen, unrecognizable. The moment Odysseus returns to Ithaca is not triumphant. It is shadowed, hushed, even eerie. After 20 years, 10 in war and 10 in wandering, he steps onto his homeland, not as a hero, but as a beggar. His skin weathered, his face altered, his stature disguised beneath a beggar's cloak, conjured by the goddess Athena herself. Why? Why would the greatest tactician of Greek legend, famed for cunning, strategy, and eloquence, return to reclaim his throne through deception rather than revelation? The disguise of Odysseus is one of the Odyssey's most curious and complex devices. On the surface, it is a narrative strategy. The hero, changed by time and ordeal, must first prove his identity, test loyalties, and strike when the moment is right. But deeper currents swirl beneath this familiar explanation. Was his disguise merely tactical, or did it serve a darker, more symbolic purpose? In Homer's telling, Athena shrouds Odysseus in aged skin, dims the light of his eyes, and transforms his appearance so thoroughly that not even his oldest servants recognize him. He is a stranger in his own house, moving through halls once his own, witnessing the mockery and decay that have taken root in his absence. To modern scholars, this moment is ripe with psychological weight. Some interpret it as a representation of trauma, a man returning from war and loss unable to immediately reconnect with his old identity. Others see the disguise as a test of recognition, a ritual of reintegration into society. And yet others wonder, could it hint at something even older? An echo of ancient rites or older myths of transformation? Across the Mediterranean and Near Eastern world, myths of gods and kings returning in disguise are remarkably common. In Sumerian epics, Egyptian tales, and even later Christian parables, the theme of the unknown visitor, the veiled judge, the hidden divinity appears again and again. In many of these stories, the hero's disguise is not just a tool. It is a sacred condition, a test of the hearts of those around him. Could Odysseus's beggar guise reflect an archetype older than Homer? A ritual drama in which the true king must be humbled, hidden, even dishonored, before he can be restored? There are those who believe the Odyssey is more than a poem. It is a coded map of ritual, a layered document blending memory, mythology, and mystery. In this view, Odysseus's disguise is akin to the death phase of a rite of passage. He sheds his former identity, enters the underworld of his own home, and emerges reborn, cleansed by violence, vindicated by truth. But the mechanics of the transformation raise further questions. What exactly did Athena do? In the text, her power is described not simply as illusion, but as physical alteration. She withered the skin on his lithe limbs, obscured the fire in his eyes, and gave him a filthy cloak, torn and stained with smoke. This is no mere glamour. It is transfiguration. Was this poetic license, or a recollection of something more arcane? In some interpretations, Athena represents not merely a deity, but a vestige of priestly science, ritual knowledge lost to time. Could the ancients have practiced forms of disguise that went beyond simple costume? Herbal compounds, ash-based dyes, even surgical markings. The lore of ancient Palestinian sects and Egyptian temple rites describe initiates undergoing bodily alterations, temporary and symbolic, to erase personal identity and merge with the divine narrative. Fringe theorists go even further. They speculate that the transformation of Odysseus could allude to forgotten technologies or altered states. Might Homer's description of Athena clouding his eyes and shriveling his body mask the effects of a psychoactive substance? Could Odysseus's time in disguise represent not just a change in appearance, but a temporary dissociation, an induced state in which identity, memory, and purpose become fluid? Mainstream historians might reject these ideas outright. And yet, the text itself remains opaque, offering few clear explanations. Even the reactions of those around Odysseus deepen the mystery. Penelope, his wife, seems to sense something, even before his identity is revealed. Does she suspect? Is her delay in welcoming him truly caution, or something more enigmatic? A silent recognition beneath the surface? There is also the matter of the dog, Argos. Old, dying, neglected. And yet, the moment Odysseus appears, still in disguise, Argos knows. He lifts his head, wags his tail, and dies. What did the dog see that the others could not? This moment, brief and haunting, suggests that Odysseus's disguise was imperfect, permeable. Those attuned not to the eye, but to loyalty or instinct, could still sense him. Could the disguise, then, have been more psychological than physical? A mask accepted by the mind, but not by the soul. As we look to the ruins of ancient Ithaca, or the islands that vie for that name, we find few clues. The real home of Odysseus remains debated, disputed by geographers and archaeologists. Some claim the western Ionian island of modern Ithaca. Others point to Kephallonia, or even obscure coastal towns once bustling in the Bronze Age and now barely remembered. If the true Ithaca remains uncertain, how much more elusive is the beggar king who walked unseen through its hills? Even now, the motif of the hidden ruler stirs something deep in us. We recognize the masked hero, the cloaked judge, the returned wanderer in stories across time. From Shakespeare's King Lear to modern cinema, the theme endures. What is it that compels us to tell these stories? Do we believe that truth can only be seen in disguise? That justice must arrive not with trumpets, but in silence? Or perhaps the mystery of Odysseus's disguise is not meant to be solved, but contemplated. If the greatest of Greek heroes could become unrecognizable in his own home, how fragile, then, is identity? How easily can memory, time, and suffering reshape the face we wear? And if one day a beggar approached your door claiming to be someone long lost, would you recognize him? Would you believe? The halls of the palace are silent now. Where once the footsteps of suitors echoed and the clatter of their feasts disturbed the stone, only the sound of distant waves remains. A loom stands near the chamber wall, half shrouded in shadow. Its warped threads catch the light like strands of a spider's web, and beneath them lies a mystery still unresolved, one that stretches across centuries of retelling, interpretation, and doubt. Penelope, Queen of Ithaca, is remembered by many as the very symbol of marital fidelity. For 20 long years, 10 during the Trojan War and 10 more during Odysseus's labyrinthine return, she waits. Surrounded by suitors who feast on her stores, drain her wine, and press her to choose a new husband, Penelope remains steadfast. She weaves by day and unweaves by night, delaying her decision with a trick of patience and cunning. But was this image of unwavering loyalty truly what Homer intended? Or has history, shaped by later cultures and expectations, preserved a version of Penelope that is more ideal than real? The weaving loom becomes our first artifact, symbolic and literal. In the Odyssey, it is both Penelope's tool of resistance and a metaphor for the story's structure. She tells the suitors she will choose one of them when her weaving is complete. Night after night, she secretly undoes her work, buying time. For 3 years, this deception holds. And yet, how plausible is such a feat? Did no one notice? Ancient looms were large and required physical effort to operate. Threads would have to be cut, rewoven, or delicately reversed. No easy task, even in privacy. Ithaca's palace was not isolated. Servants, maids, even guards would have passed by. Could Penelope really have concealed such an act alone? Some scholars suggest that the tale of the loom is less about factual logistics and more about myth-making. The image of a woman weaving time itself, constructing and deconstructing the fate of her household, echoes older motifs. In the myths of Mesopotamia and Palestinian temple lore, goddesses wove the fates of men and kings. Was Penelope a mortal echo of these archetypes? A figure shaped not merely by Homer, but by long-forgotten traditions? What makes Penelope's case even more curious is the ambiguity within Homer's own text. While most of the Odyssey seems to celebrate her loyalty, there are moments that hint at uncertainty. The bard Phemius, in his song, causes her distress, not because of Odysseus's absence, but because of the suggestion that heroes die far from home. Her tears are real, but are they driven by mourning or guilt? And what of the suitors themselves? Their presence was not mere annoyance. They were a threat. Ancient Greek customs permitted, even encouraged, a widow to remarry if her husband was presumed dead. 20 years is no small absence. Did Penelope truly resist all advances? Or was her resistance more symbolic? Something for the tale, not the truth? A fragmentary poem by the ancient poet Hesiod, rarely discussed, makes an unsettling claim that Penelope was unfaithful and that her union with one of the suitors, Amphinomus or even Antinous, produced the god Pan. While this version of the myth is not canonical, its existence is telling. Other versions from the ancient world suggest a Penelope more complex, more human, or perhaps more transgressive. And yet, complexity is not betrayal. Could Penelope's waiting have been strategic rather than romantic? A way to preserve her son's inheritance, to keep control of the palace, to delay civil collapse? If so, her fidelity becomes not simply emotional but political, an act of shrewd resistance rather than blind devotion. Further layers unfold when we consider the goddess Athena's role. The goddess frequently intervenes in Odysseus's fate, shielding him, guiding him, even disguising him. But with Penelope, her influence is more subtle. In some interpretations, Athena strengthens Penelope's heart, sharpens her wit. Is she merely offering divine support, or ensuring that Penelope plays her part in a larger divine drama? And how much of Penelope's truth is truly hers? In ancient Greek storytelling, especially in Homeric poetry, female voices were often filtered through male narrators. The Penelope we meet is not one who tells her own tale, but one whose story is told about her. What did she think truly when a stranger arrived claiming to be her long-lost husband? Why does she test him so thoroughly, using their bed, rooted into the earth, as proof? Is it caution or disbelief? Even Penelope's famous intelligence is presented through layers of suspicion. When she tricks the suitors with her loom, we admire her cunning. When she delays her reunion with Odysseus, we see a woman both calculating and skeptical. Is she simply wise or uncertain? Could it be that, deep down, she no longer recognized the man who had left her 2 decades before? Archaeological explorations of the Ionian Islands have uncovered fragments of Mycenaean-era settlements, pottery, tablets, and ruins that support the idea of a ruling elite, possibly even a queen managing her realm in the absence of a king. Penelope may have wielded more power than the poem suggests. She may have been regent, decision-maker, and political stabilizer. Was her fidelity then a quiet revolution? The role of a woman waiting is easy to romanticize. But the role of a woman holding power, resisting pressure, and outwitting those around her, that is something else entirely. And still, we return to the loom, the unfinished weaving, the thread pulled loose at night. What was Penelope truly weaving? A funeral shroud for Odysseus's father, yes, but perhaps also a narrative, a defense, a future. Each thread a memory, each knot a promise, or a lie. In the end, Odysseus returns. He slaughters the suitors. Penelope accepts him. But the reunion is not triumphant. It is quiet, shadowed, uncertain. They test each other. They sleep, yes. But the next morning, Odysseus leaves again, commanded by the gods to continue his journey. What kind of homecoming is this? What kind of love endures such distance? And what kind of faithfulness leaves behind a loom only half unraveled? The myths offer no definitive answers, only echoes, fragments, questions woven like threads into the vast tapestry of Homer's epic. Is Penelope the faithful wife? Or the patient ruler? A grieving widow? Or a master strategist? A symbol of loyalty or of hidden strength? We may never know. But somewhere, in the imagined stillness of that ancient palace, the loom waits, and the weaving continues. Somewhere along a sunlit stretch of Mediterranean coastline, the cliffs rise like jagged teeth from the sea. The waves crash rhythmically against the rocks, a timeless percussion echoing through the salty air. Above the spray, the wind carries a strange silence, as though the sea is holding its breath. Sailors for centuries have whispered of this place, not for its beauty, but for its danger. For the voices that do not belong to wind or wave, but to something far more ancient, something that sings. These are the lands where Odysseus heard the Sirens, and in their song, he encountered a mystery that has never truly been solved. In Homer's Odyssey, the Sirens are unlike anything else in the poem. They are not gods, nor monsters in the usual sense. They do not wield weapons or storm ships with claws or fire. Instead, they use only their voices, voices so beautiful, so filled with truth and longing, that they cause men to forget their homes, their names, even their lives. Odysseus, warned by the sorceress Circe, prepares for the encounter. His crew's ears are plugged with beeswax. He alone listens, bound to the mast, unable to move. The ship sails past, and the voices fade. But who or what were the Sirens? Were they ever real? The earliest images of sirens in Greek art depict them not as mermaids, but as bird women. They have the bodies of birds and the heads of women, sometimes beautiful, sometimes strange. These are not the seductive sea maidens of later fairy tales, but creatures more akin to spiritual hybrids. Their origin myths are just as varied. Some say they were companions of Persephone, transformed after her abduction. Others claim they were daughters of the river god, Achelous, and a muse. Birds, rivers, underworld queens. The threads don't quite match, but they all point to something. The Sirens were never just monsters. They were liminal beings, standing at the threshold between life and death, between sea and sky, between desire and destruction. Why, then, do they sing? The content of the Sirens' song is never fully revealed in Homer, but we are told it promises knowledge. "Come closer, Odysseus," they call, "famed man of Ithaca. Listen to our song. No one has ever passed us without hearing the sweetness of our voices. We know all things that come to pass upon the fruitful earth." They offer wisdom, prophecy, truth. Not love, not pleasure, but knowledge. And that may be the most dangerous temptation of all. In ancient Greek thought, especially in the centuries following Homer, knowledge was often seen as both power and peril. The desire to know, to learn the secrets of the gods, of fate, of the universe, could elevate a mortal or destroy them. The Sirens represent this temptation. To listen is to risk losing oneself, to be so captivated by the truth that one never returns to the world. But where did this idea come from? Some scholars suggest the Sirens may reflect ancient funerary beliefs. In several Greek tombs, especially those in southern Italy and Palestinian coastal cities where Hellenistic influence spread, siren imagery appears on grave stelae. They are guardians of the afterlife, or guides of the soul, psychopomps. Their song, then, might not lure men to death and cruelty, but guide them to a deeper, final understanding. Were they symbols, then? Metaphors for mortality, knowledge, and the crossing of ultimate thresholds? Or were they more than that? Let us follow the trail further west, beyond the Greek Isles to the coast of modern Tunisia, to Malta, to Sicily. Local legends in these regions still speak of singing women or sea spirits, said to haunt specific headlands where echoes travel strangely and birds circle overhead. Capo Peloro in Sicily and the cliffs of Capri have both been suggested as possible homes of the Sirens. And if the Sirens were inspired by real phenomena, what could those have been? Some theorists suggest auditory illusions caused by coastal wind patterns and echoing rock formations may have inspired the idea of disembodied voices. Ancient sailors, exhausted and delirious, might have hallucinated sound. Others look to the cries of birds themselves. Seabirds, especially gulls and shearwaters, make high, mournful calls that, at twilight, can resemble human wailing. But these explanations, while intriguing, leave us unsatisfied. The Sirens are too precise, too deeply rooted in symbolic and mythic systems to be dismissed as mere hallucination. Their number, 2 in Homer, 3 or more in later traditions, parallels the Moirai, the Fates. Their song, irresistible and revealing, mirrors the warnings in ancient mystery cults. Those who seek ultimate truth must be prepared to pay the ultimate price. Were the Sirens, then, an encoded warning? A literary cipher for secret rites or lost wisdom? The Orphic cults of ancient Greece believed music could unlock higher realms of consciousness. Through sound, they believed, the soul could ascend or descend. In this context, the Sirens' music becomes something deeper, almost ritualistic, a doorway, a test. And Odysseus, cunning, ever curious, chooses to listen. Why does he want to hear them? He does not need to. He is warned explicitly. And yet, he orders his men to bind him to the mast and not to release him, no matter how desperately he pleads. He wants the truth, even if it drives him mad, even if it kills him. But it doesn't. He survives. And here lies one of the Odyssey's most overlooked mysteries. Every man before Odysseus, we're told, who has heard the Sirens' song has perished. But Odysseus listens and lives. Why? Some say it is because of the wax or the ropes. But perhaps it is something deeper. Perhaps Odysseus, unlike others, is not lured by the Sirens' knowledge. He desires it, but he does not succumb to it. He hears, but he passes on. Is that the real meaning? That one must confront temptation, mystery, even death itself, and move beyond? Or is there something else we've missed? In later Greek art and poetry, the Sirens begin to fade. Their bird bodies give way to fish tails. Their voices become less prophetic, more romantic. They are absorbed into other myths, softened, diluted. But the original mystery remains. Who were they? Were they spirits of the underworld? Fallen muses? Guardians of lost truths? Or are they something even older? Remnants of a pre-Homeric, pre-Greek tradition, stretching back into the mists of Bronze Age belief? We may never know. But somewhere, between the cliffs and the sea, the wind still carries a whisper. A voice, perhaps, half heard, a question unanswered. What did Odysseus really hear? And what might we hear, if we dared to listen? As the waves rise and fall beneath the faded glow of a bronze twilight, a single ship glides across the sea, without sail, without oars, without crew. It moves silently, swiftly, as though guided not by wind or hand, but by thought itself. No one on the horizon sees it coming, and no one can follow in its wake. This is the ship of the Phaeacians, a vessel unlike any other in Homer's Odyssey. It appears only briefly, near the end of Odysseus's long, harrowing journey home. But in that brief moment, it raises one of the most haunting questions in ancient literature. Did the Greeks imagine technologies far beyond their time? Or were they remembering something now lost? The island of Scheria, the home of the Phaeacians, is described as a place suspended between worlds. It lies far from known lands, at the edge of the sea, inhabited by a people deeply favored by the gods. They live in harmony, untouched by war, their palaces adorned with gold and bronze, and their orchards blooming eternally, immune to season or decay. And when Odysseus arrives there, half dead and battered from his trials, they do not question who he is. They care for him, feed him, and when the time comes to return him to Ithaca, they summon a ship. But this ship is different. In Homer's words, the ship of the Phaeacians needs no helm, no pilot, no rudder. It moves by thought alone. It knows its course instinctively, like a bird in flight or a soul following fate. It cannot be wrecked. It cannot be delayed. It is said to travel faster than falcons, crossing the vast distances of sea in a single night. How are we to understand this? Mainstream scholarship tends to regard it as poetic fantasy, a literary device meant to underscore the contrast between the suffering Odysseus endured and the sudden divine ease of his final leg home. But the specificity of the ship's description and the subtle technological nuance in its portrayal invite a deeper exploration. Is it possible that Homer, or the oral traditions before him, were encoding something more? To grasp the full weight of this question, we must consider the historical maritime context of the ancient Mediterranean. In the late Bronze Age, roughly between 1600 and 1100 BC, complex civilizations ringed the Aegean and Eastern Mediterranean. The Mycenaeans, the Minoans, the Egyptians, the Hittites, the Canaanites of the coastal Levant. Trade flourished, and with it, a shared knowledge of shipbuilding. Vessels of that era typically relied on oars and square sails, limited by wind direction and prone to the dangers of storm and reef. Yet, across multiple cultural myths, not just in Greece but also in Egypt, Sumer, and ancient Palestine, there are occasional references to vessels that defy this norm. Ships that fly, ships that glow, ships that respond to command without touch. Could these be shared remnants of a forgotten tradition? Some researchers point to the Phaeacian ship as a possible vestige of mythologized technology, perhaps a memory passed down through centuries of an advanced maritime capability lost in the collapse of the Bronze Age. Around 1200 BC, the great powers of the Eastern Mediterranean fell in a cascading collapse. Cities burned, scripts vanished, entire trade networks disappeared. In this sudden silence, oral storytelling became the principal means of preserving memory. Could the Phaeacian ship be a memory, refracted through myth, of technologies that once existed but could no longer be replicated? Of course, there are more speculative theories. One suggests that the ship may be a symbolic representation of astral travel, a soul's journey home through the heavens, guided by divine intention. This interpretation draws on similarities between Homeric descriptions and those found in Orphic traditions and even Egyptian funerary texts, where boats carry the soul to the afterlife or beyond the stars. Another theory, far more controversial, posits that ancient peoples had contact with a form of non-human intelligence. Visitors, perhaps, who left behind knowledge that was later mythologized. In this context, the Phaeacians are seen not as ordinary mortals, but as others, beings who live on the edge of the known world, untouched by time, who possess technologies that seem miraculous to outsiders. Such ideas are often dismissed as fringe, but Homer himself frames the Phaeacians as distinct. Even the gods, we are told, used to visit them openly. And when Poseidon grows angry at their help in returning Odysseus, he turns their returning ship to stone, freezing it forever in the bay. Some believe that this petrified ship may refer to a natural rock formation off the coast of Corfu, long associated with the Sharia legend. To others, it sounds like the kind of punishment a jealous god might inflict upon those who tamper with forbidden knowledge. It's worth noting, too, the structure of the ship itself. While not described in architectural detail, the Phaeacian ship is said to move faster than any other. cutting across the sea with no visible propulsion. Modern minds, reading this, might instinctively draw comparisons to hydrofoils, magnetic propulsion, or even autonomous vehicles. Is it possible then that Homer, through memory, imagination, or inherited lore, was describing a craft that behaved in ways that align with our own cutting-edge maritime science? We cannot say. Some historians suggest that such interpretations stretch the text too far, that they are shaped more by our fascination with ancient mysteries than by Homer's intent. But even among more conservative scholars, there is a quiet acknowledgement that Homer's world is not merely one of fantasy. It is a mosaic of remembered fragments, lost cities, shifting shorelines, and echoes from a distant past. The ship of the Phaeacians remains one of those echoes. Neither fully divine nor entirely human, it exists at the boundary of our understanding, anchored in poetic myth, yet whispering of something more. What did Odysseus ride that night as he slept without dreams and the ship sailed silently beneath the stars? What knowledge has been lost between the lines of poetry and the tides of history? And as we look back across the waters of time, we must ask, was the Phaeacian ship simply a story, or was it a message? The sea is unnaturally still. The sky, tinged with an eerie violet hue, hangs low above a solitary island. Waves hush against the shore as if afraid to speak. Beyond the rocks, under the golden sun, herds of cattle graze, not ordinary beasts, but perfect, unblemished animals, each identical to the last. Their horns gleam, their hides seem untouched by time or decay, and though no herdsman tends them, they never wander. They do not age, they do not die. This is Thrinacia, the island of the sun. According to Homer's Odyssey, it is here that Odysseus and his crew encounter the sacred cattle of Helios, the sun god. But what should have been a simple detour becomes a turning point in their journey, one wrapped in divine warnings, deadly consequences, and a strange stillness that continues to puzzle scholars and storytellers alike. Long before reaching Thrinacia, Odysseus is warned, "Do not harm the cattle of the sun." Both the prophet Tiresias and the sorceress Circe make this clear. The livestock belongs to Helios himself, and any violation of that boundary will result in doom. Yet, when Odysseus's crew finds themselves starving on the island, the temptation becomes unbearable. While Odysseus sleeps, they slaughter the sacred animals. And fate, it seems, seals itself. A storm arises. The ship is destroyed. All men perish, save Odysseus, cast alone upon the sea once more. But what lies beneath this tale of disobedience and divine punishment? Was this merely a moral story, a warning against defiance of the gods? Or is there something older and more mysterious behind the legend of the cursed cattle? Let us first consider the island itself. Thrinacia, though described with specificity in the Odyssey, has no universally agreed-upon location in our modern geography. Some ancient sources, such as Strabo and Pliny the Elder, identified it with Sicily or one of its outlying islets. Others pointed to Malta, or even to islands now lost beneath the sea. Curiously, all of these regions share a history of solar cults and cattle worship dating back to the Bronze Age. In Minoan Crete, bulls were revered, not just as beasts of burden, but as divine symbols. Wall paintings depict elaborate bull-leaping rituals. Sacred horns, called horns of consecration, adorned palaces and shrines. In Egypt, across the sea, the Apis bull was considered the living image of Ptah, and later Osiris, a holy animal housed in temples and buried in lavish sarcophagi. Even further east, in ancient Palestine, cattle sacrifices were central to many religious practices, offered not just to Yahweh, but to earlier deities whose names and rites are now obscured by time. Is it possible that the tale of Helios's cattle reflects this ancient reverence for bovine symbols, an echo of religious taboos surrounding their treatment? Archaeologically, there is precedent for such sacred herds. In Anatolia, early Hittite texts mention cattle that could not be sold, touched, or eaten, kept in enclosures and watched over by priest kings. In some cases, these animals were believed to represent celestial bodies, tied to the cycles of the sun, moon, and stars. Killing one, even by accident, could require elaborate rites of atonement. Now, consider the odd detail Homer includes, that the cattle of Helios do not breed, do not grow old, and always remain the same in number. This introduces an element of supernatural permanence. Is this merely poetic symbolism? Or is it referencing a deeper, stranger belief, perhaps one involving beings or objects beyond biological norms? Some have speculated that the cattle of Helios are not animals at all, but metaphors or encoded descriptions of something else. The Greek word for cattle, baos, also means wealth or power in older Indo-European contexts. In this light, the cattle of the sun might be treasures or artifacts guarded by ritual taboo, objects associated with solar worship, possibly of pre-Greek or even pre-Minoan origin. Others push further still, interpreting the tale through the lens of ancient technology. Could Homer's cattle be representations of some advanced, non-living constructs? Machines, perhaps, that appeared to the unknowing eye as animals? Some fringe theories posit that the gods in Homer's epics are remnants of a forgotten civilization with access to high technology, one that vanished during the widespread collapse of the Late Bronze Age around 1200 BC. Within this framework, Helios's cattle might be power sources, reactors, or even bioengineered guardians. This interpretation, while speculative, finds curious support in the outcome of the story. When the animals are killed and consumed, they produce not just divine wrath, but cosmic consequences. The sun god Helios threatens to stop shining altogether, an image that sounds apocalyptic, as if an essential energy source had been corrupted or destroyed. Naturally, traditional scholars view these as metaphors. The punishment of the crew is a moral lesson, a classic example of hubris punished by divine justice. In this reading, the sacred cattle symbolize the boundaries that humans must not cross. But the intensity of the response, the specificity of the warning, and the mythic permanence of the cattle invite deeper reflection. Why was this one taboo, more than all others, so devastating to violate? Why does Homer place such mystical weight on an act of hunger and desperation? And what of the island itself? This unnamed, uncertain place that appears, delivers ruin, and then fades from the map? Could Thrinacia have once been a real location? A sacred site, perhaps, now lost to the sea or erased by time? Or is it something even more elusive, a space that exists between worlds, where myth and memory blur? To this day, no definitive answer has been found. The story of Helios's cattle remains one of the Odyssey's most enigmatic episodes. And like the shimmering mirage of a sacred herd grazing beneath an unsetting sun, it resists full comprehension. What did Odysseus' men truly find on that island? What line did they cross? And how many such taboos, forgotten now, scattered across myth and time, still lie waiting to be discovered? The sun dips low over a jagged coastline. The waves, once tranquil, now gnash against the black rocks of a forgotten cove. Caves yawn from the cliffside, dark mouths that seem to whisper warnings in the wind. Inside, the scent of old ash and charred bone lingers, a faint echo of some ancient fire. This is no ordinary dwelling. It is a place that, for millennia, has lived in shadow and story, the lair of the Cyclops. In Homer's Odyssey, few episodes are as arresting, or as mysterious, as The Blinding of Polyphemus. A tale of cunning, survival, and vengeance, it has captured imaginations for over 12,700 years. But beyond the surface narrative of a hero outwitting a brute lies something deeper. A window into a world that once may have blurred the line between myth and history. Odysseus and his men arrive on an unnamed island, uninhabited, or so it seems. They find a large cave stocked with cheeses and livestock and decide to wait for the owner. But when he returns, the atmosphere shifts. He is no man, but a giant, one-eyed, powerful, and utterly devoid of hospitality. The crew is trapped, several men are eaten, and Odysseus must devise a plan. In a moment of poetic cunning, he tells the Cyclops his name is Nobody, blinds the creature with a burning stake, and escapes beneath the bellies of sheep. A thrilling tale, but one that, as we begin to unravel its pieces, reveals curious layers. Let us begin with the geography. The island of the Cyclopes is never explicitly named, but later Greek commentators, and many modern scholars, identify it with Sicily, specifically the area around Mount Etna. Here, in the shadow of Europe's largest active volcano, myth and geology have long coexisted. According to ancient belief, the Cyclopes were not only shepherds, but blacksmiths, forging the thunderbolts of Zeus beneath the mountain's smoldering heart. When Etna erupted, it was said to be the breath of these subterranean beings. But what inspired the idea of a race of one-eyed giants? Some anthropologists suggest the answer may lie in the fossil record. In prehistoric times, large mammals such as dwarf elephants roamed Mediterranean islands. Their skulls, unearthed millennia later by early Greeks, bear a striking feature, a large central nasal cavity where the trunk once attached. To ancient eyes, unfamiliar with pachyderms, these could have easily appeared as single, monstrous eye sockets. In a pre-scientific world, could such remains have birthed the legend of the Cyclops? The archaeological evidence supports such encounters. Dwarf elephant bones have been discovered in Sicily, Malta, and Crete, precisely the regions associated with Cyclopean myth. If early seafarers stumbled upon these skulls, bleached and buried in caves, what conclusions might they have drawn? But the mystery doesn't end there. The name Polyphemus itself is enigmatic. Literally translated, it means much spoken of, or abundantly famed. This suggests that the story of this particular Cyclops may have existed long before Homer's pen ever touched parchment. Was Polyphemus an inherited myth, a local deity, perhaps, or a demon from pre-Greek folklore, folded into the larger epic of Odysseus? In some older traditions, Polyphemus is not entirely monstrous. In the works of Theocritus and Ovid, he is depicted as a rustic, even tragic figure, lovelorn, poetic, pining for the sea nymph Galatea. How did this gentle image coexist with the cannibalistic brute of the Odyssey? Could Homer's version represent a deliberate reshaping, a narrative weaponization of an older myth to serve a tale of Greek heroism over barbarism? And then, there is the question of the blinding itself. Why the eye? Why this one moment of symbolic violence? Throughout ancient literature, the loss of sight often represents a deeper loss of power, of pride, of divine favor. In blinding Polyphemus, Odysseus does more than escape. He humiliates a godlike figure, and he does so through language. The name Nobody in Greek autos becomes a weapon as potent as the sharpened stake. When Polyphemus cries out in pain, "Nobody is hurting me," the other Cyclopes ignore his cries. It is, at its core, a triumph of cunning over brute force, logos over chaos, but not without consequence. For Polyphemus is not merely a beast, He is the son of Poseidon, god of the sea. His curse, uttered with prophetic weight, is what ultimately condemns Odysseus to 10 more years of wandering, a punishment that calls into question the morality of Odysseus' act. Was it a justified escape or a provocation against the divine? Some fringe theories push this even further, suggesting that Polyphemus himself may be a distorted memory of an ancient race, perhaps a now extinct population of unusually large humans, or even an echo of extraterrestrial visitors, misremembered and mythologized over time. While there is no hard evidence to support such claims, they speak to a larger truth. The story has endured because it refuses to be easily explained. Even the cave, Polyphemus's lair, has real-world counterparts. In Sicily, near the town of Acci Trezza, stands a cave traditionally identified as his dwelling. Offshore, jagged basalt rocks, known as the Faraglioni dei Cyclopi, jut from the sea like thrown boulders. Locals say they were hurled by the blinded Cyclops in a final furious attempt to strike Odysseus's fleeing ship. The landscape itself seems to collaborate with the myth, offering visual clues to a story inscribed in stone. And so, we are left with a strange convergence: geological memory, fossilized mystery, poetic invention, and perhaps even lost cultural residue. What was the origin of Polyphemus? A misidentified skeleton? A mountain god? A tribal enemy turned monster? Or simply a cautionary figure born from the collective Greek imagination? As the cave darkens and the fire dies, the echoes remain. A single, burning eye. A voice raised to the sky. And a question. In seeking to outwit the monstrous, did Odysseus also awaken forces that would follow him forever? What truths lie buried in those shadowed caves still unexplored? And who or what might be waiting in the silence, watching with a single ancient eye? The sea is glassy, breathless. No sail flutters, no wave stirs. All around, only horizon, an endless shimmer of blue and gold beneath a cloudless sky. And yet, within the hold of a ship, something trembles. A leather sack, tightly bound with silver cord, pulses faintly. It is silent, but not empty. In the Odyssey, few gifts are more strange or more enigmatic than the one given by Aeolus, the keeper of the winds. After Odysseus leaves the land of the Cyclopes, battered and desperate, he lands on the floating island of Aeolia. There, he meets a figure who is neither fully divine nor entirely mortal: Aeolus, master of the restless air. As a gesture of hospitality, Aeolus offers an unthinkable treasure, a bag containing all the winds of the world, save the one that will guide Odysseus home to Ithaca. For 9 days the crew sails in peace, Ithaca's shores nearly within reach. But then, curiosity, distrust, or greed, perhaps all three, overcome the men. Believing the sack to contain gold or treasure, they open it. In an instant, chaos erupts. The winds howl free, scattering the ship back across the open sea, farther from home than ever before. It's a story of betrayal and misjudgment. But what exactly was the bag of winds? Let us begin with Aeolus himself. In Homer's telling, he lives on a drifting island encircled by an indestructible wall of bronze, a place where the winds are chained and released at will. This is no ordinary setting. While later traditions cast Aeolus as a minor wind god, the Odyssey presents him as a liminal figure, neither Olympian nor human, but something in between. His role? To command the primal elements. But can air, something so intangible, truly be bottled? In the physical world, of course, we understand this as impossible. Wind is simply moving air. Atmospheric pressure differentials, measurable and understood. But in the Bronze Age imagination, wind was alive. It was voice, spirit, messenger of the gods. To command the wind was to hold power beyond comprehension, and many ancient cultures echoed this idea. Among the Hittites, wind was treated as a divine entity, invoked in rituals for agriculture and battle. In Mesopotamian myth, Enlil, the god of wind and storm, wielded the atmosphere like a weapon. In Palestine and ancient Phoenicia, local sea gods and weather deities were said to govern not just tides, but breath itself, whispers of the sacred in every gust. Could Homer's bag of winds be a metaphor for forbidden knowledge? Or was it based on a more literal cultural artifact? Some scholars have proposed intriguing possibilities. In the Mediterranean world, animal skins, especially from oxen or goats, were often used to store wine, oil, or water. Sealed with wax or pitch, these containers could retain pressure. Could an unusually sealed bag, heavy and mysterious, have been mistaken for something magical? Others suggest that the tale masks a forgotten piece of ancient meteorological knowledge, an early symbolic understanding of navigation, wind patterns, or even barometric pressure. Could the bag represent a coded memory of maritime science? A forgotten way to read the winds or harness their flow? Still others look to ritual magic. In some pre-Hellenic traditions, especially among seafaring peoples like the Carians and Minoans, sailors were known to offer sacrifices or perform incantations before voyages. In later Roman times, wind sellers appear in both literature and folk tales, figures who claimed they could capture and sell the wind in knotted ropes or sealed bottles. Did such beliefs stretch back into the murky past, embedded in the story Homer preserved? There's also the question of why the winds were given, and why they were lost. The Odyssey is rich with themes of trust, temptation, and the fragility of leadership. Odysseus tells no one of the bag's contents. His men, kept ignorant, fall prey to suspicion. And so, what was meant as a gift becomes a curse. Was Homer offering a cautionary tale about secrecy, about the burden of command? Or was something else at play? Some fringe theorists suggest the Bag of Winds is a stand-in for lost technology, an artifact of an earlier, forgotten age. They point to other legends, flying machines in Indian epics, mysterious sound weapons in ancient Egyptian lore, even the so-called Ark of the Covenant, described as containing immense force. Could the winds be symbolic of energy, natural or supernatural, once harnessed, now lost? While such ideas remain speculative, they reflect something essential: humanity's long-standing desire to tame the elements: fire, water, earth, and air. Of the four, air is the most elusive, the most difficult to bind or explain, and perhaps that is why it has so often been given to gods and spirits. Even today, the winds themselves carry mystery. The sirocco, a hot wind from the Sahara, can stir hallucinations. The mistral of southern France was once believed to drive people mad. In ancient Greek medicine, winds were thought to influence humors, emotions, even fate. When Odysseus's ship is thrown backward by the freed winds, it is not just a physical setback. It is a collapse of trust, a rupture of cosmic order. And Aeolus? When Odysseus returns, pleading for help, Aeolus refuses. He has seen the touch of doom. "It is clear," he says, "that you are hated by the gods." With that, the master of winds turns his back. Why does this moment feel so final, so heavy? It is as if, in mishandling the winds, Odysseus has violated something sacred. Not just the bond between host and guest, but the balance between humans and nature. Between what can be controlled and what must never be. So what was the Bag of Winds? A metaphor for knowledge kept from the masses? A physical object misremembered as myth? A relic of early science? Or simply one of the oldest cautionary tales in Western literature? A reminder that even the greatest gifts can destroy when used without understanding? Somewhere, in the whispers of the wind and the salt of the sea, the answer may still drift, waiting to be caught once more in a clever hand, or sealed away forever. What ancient knowledge was lost with that gust? And what might still remain, waiting, unseen on the shifting air? Somewhere in a dim archive, beneath dust-covered vellum and the faint scent of age-old ink, lies a fragment. Not a map in the traditional sense, no compass rose, no clear coordinates, but a faded diagram of winding coastlines, scattered islands, and a sea that does not quite resemble any we know today. Its lines are broken, its annotations cryptic, but its mystery remains unmistakable. Throughout the Odyssey, Homer leads us on an epic voyage across a mythical sea. A sea filled with monsters, enchantresses, divine interventions, and yet, somehow, always just out of reach of concrete geography. Scholars have long debated the precise locations Odysseus visited. Was it the Ionian Sea, the Western Mediterranean, or somewhere far stranger? The map of Odysseus' journey has never been truly complete. In fact, there may never have been a definitive one at all. But traces remain, scraps of interpretation, ancient commentary, and geographical guesswork passed down through generations. And among these traces, there is something curious. In 1895, a lesser-known Italian antiquarian named Luigi Fortunato claimed to have uncovered a diagram within the margins of a medieval manuscript of Strabo's geography. The drawing, crudely sketched, overlaid with Greek annotations, depicted a journey eerily similar to that of the Odyssey, but with additions. Islands not mentioned by Homer, detours lost to time, and a clear indication of a westward push far beyond the Pillars of Heracles, modern-day Gibraltar. Was this the product of a medieval scribe's imagination, or an echo of a much older, now lost source? Mainstream historians typically agree that the Odyssey is not meant to be navigated literally. It is, they argue, a mythic narrative designed to entertain, to instruct, to elevate the cultural memory of the Greek world. Yet the ancients themselves were often less dismissive. The Greek geographer Eratosthenes warned against trying to place the Odyssey's path on a real-world map, and yet later writers like Plutarch and Pausanias insisted that specific locations, such as the land of the Lotus-Eaters or the cave of Polyphemus, could be found in North Africa or Sicily. In fact, a Roman mosaic discovered in Tunisia seems to depict a version of the journey, labeling key sites in Latin and suggesting that, to some, this myth was rooted in something physical, something charted, something real. So why doesn't the map match? Could it be that we have only part of the picture? This brings us to the theory of the incomplete map, a term not tied to any single document, but rather to a broader, perplexing reality. The Odyssey seems to describe a world that is both familiar and alien. Recognizable coastlines suddenly give way to impossibly distant lands. Wind directions shift with little consistency. Time and distance bend. Is this simply poetic license? Or a reflection of a map, literal or metaphorical, that Homer himself only partially understood? One intriguing notion is that Homer inherited fragments of older sea lore, oral traditions from Mycenaean sailors, Minoan traders, or even earlier seafarers from the Aegean or Levantine coasts. These fragments, disjointed and half-remembered, were then woven into the epic form centuries later. In this view, the incomplete map is not just a geographical puzzle, it's a cultural palimpsest. But others take the idea further. Some fringe researchers suggest that the Odyssey encodes knowledge of lands far beyond the Mediterranean, perhaps even the Atlantic. They point to descriptions of enormous sea swells, endless nights, and a land where the sun never rises. Could these reflect distorted memories of voyages to northern Europe, or even to lands across the ocean? One controversial theory proposes that ancient mariners may have reached the Azores, or farther, and that these voyages, long lost to official memory, survive only in mythical form. Skeptical? Yes, but not entirely impossible. After all, the Phoenicians were extraordinary sailors, known to navigate as far as West Africa. Carthaginian explorers are said to have mapped parts of the Atlantic. A now lost Carthaginian document, the Periplus of Hanno, describes journeys that stretched beyond the known world. And in the Egyptian temple of Karnak, there are references to lands beyond the sea, visited in the time of the New Kingdom, over 1,000 years before Homer's time. Could fragments of those journeys, via trade, war, or shipwreck, have made their way into Greek oral tradition? There's also a mysterious absence in Homer's tale. Despite all his wanderings, Odysseus never enters the Aegean's eastern territories, regions corresponding to today's Cyprus, Lebanon, and the shores of ancient Palestine. These were areas rich in trade, myth, and cultural exchange. Why are they omitted? Was it a deliberate narrowing of the narrative focus? Or was Homer's map already damaged by the time the story was told? It's worth remembering that the collapse of the Late Bronze Age, around 1200 BC, destroyed many established networks of communication. Mycenaean palaces burned. Hittite archives disappeared. Canaanite cities fell silent. The result was a rupture in knowledge, a hole in the map. Perhaps the Odyssey is a document of that rupture, a memory of voyages once clear, now shrouded in myth. And still, tantalizing clues remain. A fragment of papyrus housed in the Biblioteca Nazionale in Naples contains part of a lost commentary on Homer's travels. It references the stone pillar of Okeanos, supposedly a boundary marker for the edge of the world. What was this pillar? A natural formation? A monument? Or pure fiction? Meanwhile, a Bronze Age shipwreck discovered off the coast of Uluburun in modern-day Turkey contained objects from as far afield as Egypt, Cyprus, Palestine, and even the Italian peninsula. Proof that long-distance seafaring existed centuries before Homer's words were ever penned. And so, we return to the map. Incomplete, fractured, filled with contradictions, and yet still strangely compelling. Is it possible that the Odyssey preserves not just a poetic tale, but the ghost of an older geography? One too fragmented to reconstruct, but too consistent to ignore? What lies just beyond the margins of the known world? What names were lost when ink faded, parchment crumbled, and stories were reshaped across generations? And most haunting of all, what if there was once a complete map, not mythic, not divine, but drawn by human hands and forgotten by time? Far from the coastlines and shifting waters of Odysseus's tale, above the fog of lost islands and forgotten ports, there stretches a sky, infinite, eternal, a black canvas pricked by cold fire. These stars, ancient, constant, are the same that watched over Mycenaean sailors, over Homer's quill, and over every voyager who dared the open sea. They were not only lights, but guides, and in Homer's verses, their placement is no accident. In the Odyssey, Homer tells us that Calypso releases Odysseus from her island with a warning, to follow a particular route home. And so, Odysseus builds his raft and sets his course by the stars. Specifically, Homer writes that Odysseus keeps the bear on his left or port side, a reference to the constellation we now call Ursa Major. This may seem like poetic color, but to ancient navigators it was far more. Ursa Major, known in ancient Greek as the Arctos, or bear, never sets below the horizon in much of the northern hemisphere. Its circling motion around the celestial pole made it a powerful reference point for navigation, especially for those sailing westward across the Mediterranean. So the question arises, how did Homer, or the tradition he inherited, possess such precise astronomical knowledge? Mainstream scholars recognize that the seafaring peoples of the Bronze Age, including the Minoans, Mycenaeans, and Phoenicians, all practiced some form of celestial navigation. The Phoenicians in particular were said to use the North Star, Polaris, for orientation, a technique later passed to the Greeks and Romans. But there's a subtle complication. Polaris, the star we now associate with true north, was not the same pole star for Odysseus's time. Due to the Earth's axial precession, a slow wobble in the planet's rotation, the position of the celestial North Pole shifts over millennia. Around 1200 BC, the approximate era of the Trojan War, the star closest to the North Celestial Pole was not Polaris, but a dimmer star in the constellation Draco. Yet Homer does not mention it. Instead, he references Ursa Major, a constellation that circles near the north but never quite marks it. Why? Was Homer transmitting an older tradition, one that predated the recognition of any particular pole star? Or was there something symbolic in this choice? Something passed down from even earlier navigators whose techniques we no longer fully understand? In 2014, a study by researchers at the University of Pisa analyzed star positions visible from the Aegean region during the Late Bronze Age. They concluded that Ursa Major, while not the most accurate pointer, would have been the most visually prominent. This would make it a practical choice, especially for sailors navigating by memory and instinct rather than instruments. But what if there were instruments? Fragments of ancient texts, including the works of Diodorus Siculus and Ptolemy, reference early astrolabes, devices capable of measuring the angles of stars above the horizon. The Antikythera mechanism, discovered in a shipwreck off the coast of Greece, astonished modern science with its complexity. Dated to the 2nd century BC, it could track the movements of the sun, moon, and likely certain stars. It was, in essence, a mechanical computer based on celestial cycles. Could the roots of such instruments stretch back to Homeric times? No physical device survives from that era, but myth and text hint at possibilities. Daedalus, the mythical inventor and craftsman, is said to have built statues that moved. In the Odyssey, the Phaeacians possess ships that steer themselves. Fantasy, surely, but might it also reflect a lost understanding of natural forces, celestial observation, and proto-technology? More provocative still are the arguments of archaeoastronomers who suggest that megalithic structures throughout the Mediterranean, including sites in Malta, southern Palestine, and the Aegean, are aligned to specific star risings. The temples of Menagdra in Malta, for example, seem to be oriented to the solstices, and possibly to the heliacal rising of bright stars. Could such architectural alignments reflect a deep cultural emphasis on stellar guidance, one that later manifested in the oral traditions preserved by Homer? And what of the stars themselves? The ancient Egyptians associated the heliacal rising of Sirius with the annual flooding of the Nile, a celestial event that marked time, life, and rebirth. The Babylonians tracked planetary motion with astonishing precision, tying stellar events to omens and fate. The Minoans, too, may have observed Venus and the phases of the moon in their sacred iconography. So when Odysseus looks to the sky, is he merely glancing upward for direction? Or is he participating in an older pan-Mediterranean system, one where stars were not only tools, but stories, gods, and forces in themselves? More speculative theories push this further. Some fringe interpretations of the Odyssey propose that the journey of Odysseus mirrors not only a geographical voyage, but an astronomical one. Each location, a symbolic representation of a celestial event or a star's cycle. Circe, for example, linked with the moon. Scylla and Charybdis, perhaps twin references to lunar and tidal phenomena. The Sirens, a metaphor for the temptations of Venus or the dangers of being misled by bright wanderers in the night sky. Admittedly, such readings risk obscuring the original myth, but they do raise a provocative question. What if the Odyssey was not just a sea journey, but a stellar one? After all, the sea and the sky have always mirrored each other. One a deep abyss beneath the boat, the other a wide canvas above it. It's easy to forget, in the age of GPS and satellites, how skilled ancient navigators were. How, without compasses or charts, they crossed vast, dark waters using nothing more than memory, rhythm, and the constellations. And Homer remembered this. Or perhaps those who came before Homer did. In a single line, he kept the bear on his left. We glimpse a world where survival depended on the stars. A world where the night sky was not just background, but guide and guardian. We are left with a haunting possibility that much of what Homer described was not symbolic or embellished, but drawn from a real and precise knowledge of how to read the heavens. How much of this ancient art has been lost? Were there once maps written in stars rather than ink? Instruments that needed no wheels, no gears, only eyes and sky? And when we gaze into the night, are we seeing the same patterns Odysseus saw, or only their shadows? Perhaps the next clue in his journey lies not in the sea or the earth, but far above us, twinkling silently, still waiting to be read. Along the sun-bleached coastlines of the Ionian Sea, time seems suspended. Eroded stones lie half-buried in olive groves, whispering tales of gods and warriors. Waves roll in with a rhythm older than writing itself. Here, in the landscapes once said to echo with the footsteps of Odysseus, we are faced with a question no tide can wash away. When exactly did these events, if they occurred at all, truly take place? The Odyssey presents us with a sweeping epic, a tale rich in detail, location, and human emotion. But beneath its poetry lies a disquieting uncertainty, its timeline. Scholars have long tried to anchor Homer's narrative within a fixed historical context. Yet, the deeper they dig, the more elusive the truth becomes. Traditionally, the events of the Iliad and the Odyssey have been placed in the late Bronze Age, specifically around the 12th century BC. This estimation is based largely on archaeological evidence, such as the destruction layers of late Bronze Age Troy the Savannah, and on ancient chronologies compiled by writers like Eratosthenes, who dated the fall of Troy to 1184 BC. But here's where things become complicated. Homer himself is believed to have lived centuries later. Most estimates place him in the 8th century BC. That means the poems were composed some 400 years after the supposed events they describe. This gap is often explained by oral tradition. Generations of bards preserving and adapting the tale until it was finally committed to writing. A plausible theory. Yet, the inconsistencies remain. Take the technological setting of the Odyssey. Homer describes weapons made of bronze, appropriate for the late Bronze Age, but also makes reference to iron implements, such as the iron axe used to cut the tree at the heart of Odysseus's bed. Furthermore, there are inconsistencies in social structure. Some depictions align with Mycenaean palace culture, kings, vassals, formal gift-giving. Others, such as the decentralized world of small island rulers and wandering seafarers, evoke the Greek Dark Ages. So, which is it? A Bronze Age world? A memory shaped by Dark Age realities? Or something stranger? Some mainstream scholars argue that the Odyssey is a palimpsest, layers of memory, myth, and evolving tradition overlaying each other, a kind of cultural dreamscape where historical precision was never the goal. In this view, the timeline isn't broken. It simply reflects a composite mythology. Yet others aren't so sure. In recent years, researchers have questioned not only the dating of Homer's texts, but the broader framework of Greek chronology itself. One line of inquiry centers around the so-called Greek Dark Age, a period between roughly 1100 and 800 BC, for which we have surprisingly little evidence. After the fall of Mycenaean palaces, written records disappear. Monumental building ceases. It is as though civilization vanishes into shadow, only to re-emerge centuries later with the rise of archaic Greece. Could this gap be exaggerated, or even artificial? Alternative chronologies, though controversial, suggest the possibility of a compressed historical timeline. These theories, advanced by scholars like Gunnar Heinsohn and others, propose that segments of early Mediterranean history may have been duplicated or misdated. In such a model, the events of the Odyssey might be much closer in time to Homer than we think. But if that were true, it would rewrite not just Homeric dating, but the entire timeline of ancient Greece, Egypt, and the Near East. There is also the matter of astronomy. A passage in the Odyssey describes a solar eclipse, the one that allegedly occurs upon Odysseus's return to Ithaca, when the suitors are slain. In 2008, a team of astrophysicists argued that this eclipse could match a real event, April 16th, 1178 BC. The sky on that day, according to their simulations, matches the celestial signs described in Homer's text. If accurate, it would be an astonishingly precise timestamp. But is it coincidence, poetry, or memory encoded in stars? And what of the physical evidence? Excavations in Ithaca, or more accurately the modern island identified as Ithaca, have yielded intriguing finds, including Mycenaean structures and imported pottery dating to the proposed era of Odysseus. Yet no definitive palace, no inscription, no clear connection to a historical king of Ithaca. A few miles away, the island of Kefalonia has also been proposed as the true Ithaca, based on topographical clues in the poem. But here too, the evidence remains tantalizingly inconclusive. The timeline paradox deepens when we step outside Greece. In ancient Egypt, tablets referencing the Sea Peoples describe raiders from the north who stormed the eastern Mediterranean around the same time Troy is said to have fallen. Could these invaders have included Greeks returning from a Trojan campaign? Or was the Trojan War itself part of this broader regional upheaval? Again, we find synchronicity, but not certainty. Then there are the more speculative interpretations. Some fringe theorists argue that Homer's epics were never meant to describe a linear timeline at all, that the Odyssey in particular operates in a kind of mythic time, where past, present, and future collapse into a single symbolic narrative. According to this view, the contradictions are deliberate. Time loops. Events mirror each other. Odysseus is both an ancient king and a perennial archetype, the eternal wanderer. Others push even further, suggesting possible borrowings or echoes from older texts. Babylonian epics like Gilgamesh, Hittite myths, or Egyptian narratives. Were elements of Homer's story part of a much older Indo-European storytelling tradition, fused and reshaped over centuries? If so, then the true timeline of the Odyssey might stretch not back 4 centuries before Homer, but thousands of years into a mythic prehistory. What are we to make of this? Was Homer a careful historian preserving fragments of a lost world? A poet constructing an idealized past? Or the final voice in a long line of storytellers, echoing tales whose roots lie far beyond Greece? As we wander through these timelines, real and imagined, we are left with a strange, uneasy sense that time itself may be the greatest mystery of all. In seeking to date the Odyssey, we discover that history is not a straight road, but a spiral. Could it be that the journey of Odysseus mirrors our own pursuit of the past, one filled with dead ends, shifting clues and paradoxes we cannot fully resolve? And in that ancient uncertainty, Might there still lie a truth yet to be uncovered, hidden not in the chronology of kings, but in the spaces between? Perhaps the question is not when the Odyssey happened, but when we first began to dream that it did. It rests in the stillness of the great hall, long, curved, silent, crafted not for the faint-hearted, nor for the untested. Odysseus's bow is no ordinary weapon. It is not merely a tool of war, but a symbol of identity, authority, and something stranger, impossibility. As twilight falls over the rocky hills of Ithaca, shadows stretch across imagined ruins. Olive trees whisper in the wind. Somewhere in this landscape, real or remembered, Odysseus's palace once stood. And within it, in the Odyssey's most dramatic turning point, lay a challenge no man could meet. A bow that only one hand could bend. A test of strength, destiny, and perhaps something more. According to Homer's account, the bow is kept in a locked storeroom, shrouded in cloth and memory. Penelope, pressured to choose a new husband, declares that she will marry the man who can string her absent husband's bow and shoot an arrow cleanly through 12 aligned axe heads. None succeed. Not even close. Until a beggar, Odysseus in disguise, takes the weapon in his hands, bends it effortlessly, strings it, and lets fly a shot that sings through every ring. In that moment, the king returns. It is a tale of poetic justice, but it is also a puzzle. What sort of bow was this? Why could no one else string it? And what craftsmanship or mystery allowed Odysseus alone to wield it after 20 years away? Descriptions in the Odyssey offer subtle clues. The bow is said to have been given to Odysseus by a guest friend, Iphitus, and made from the horn of a wild goat killed in the rugged mountains of Messene. This places it within the realm of composite bows, weapons made from horn, sinew, and wood, known for their power and technical sophistication. Similar weapons were used by Eastern steppe nomads, Egyptians, and Near Eastern cultures. Yet these bows were notoriously difficult to string, even for trained warriors. The composite bow stores energy in its tight curves, requiring both skill and strength to assemble, especially after years of disuse. Could Homer have drawn inspiration from real military technology, advanced, imported, perhaps even exotic in a Greek context? Bronze Age bows unearthed in Mycenaean graves suggest a range of types. Simple self-bows made from a single piece of wood, as well as more complex examples. Some burial goods depict recurved bows in ivory or gold, indicating symbolic or ceremonial value. Yet, a bow of goat horn, functional and unyielding, is less commonly referenced in Greek archaeology. More intriguingly, some researchers have suggested that the bow's true impossibility lies not just in its mechanics, but in what it represents. Was Odysseus's weapon a real artifact, or a metaphor? Some classical scholars interpret the bow as an emblem of legitimacy and divine favor. Just as Arthur pulls the sword from the stone, Odysseus alone can wield the ancestral weapon, an echo of ancient Indo-European hero motifs. But here again, we cross into a liminal zone, where history and myth blur. There are also practical questions. Could a bow, organic in its materials, sensitive to humidity and time, still function after 20 years in storage? Stringing it would require supple sinew and a preserved structure. If left idle, such a weapon would crack, warp, or lose tension. Unless, of course, it had been protected, or was not entirely earthly in origin. Some fringe interpretations have pushed further, suggesting that the bow may have been more than a weapon. They point to parallels in other ancient cultures, myths where divine or enchanted objects respond only to chosen heroes. In Vedic traditions, Rama breaks the great bow of Shiva to win Sita's hand. In Sumerian legend, Gilgamesh must prove himself by lifting a mighty gate. Are these just literary parallels, or scattered remnants of a deeper cultural archetype? More speculative theories propose that the bow may have encoded technological knowledge lost to time. Was it a relic, something brought back from Troy or even from lands beyond the known Greek world? Consider this. In the Odyssey, Odysseus is not merely a warrior, but an explorer. He journeys to realms of monsters and the dead, lands filled with strange machines and voices that speak through wind. Could Homer's bow have been inspired by a device? A mechanism misunderstood or reimagined by later generations? A stretch, perhaps. And yet, the story remains unsettlingly specific. Why would Homer emphasize the bow's singular nature? Why describe the sequence of the test in such detail? The careful arrangement of axes, the tension of the string, the hum of the released arrow. Why not simply have Odysseus reveal himself by force? Some say it is because the bow scene, more than any other, affirms Odysseus's identity, not merely through speech or appearance, but through action, through touch, memory, mastery. He does not claim to be king. He proves it. And yet, no one else, among all the suitors, could even budge the string. Are we to believe that none of them, strapping and eager men of aristocratic lineage, possessed the strength? Or could the bow have responded only to one who knew its secret tension, its rhythm, its peculiar pull? In this light, the bow becomes not just a weapon, but a cipher, a key that opens only for the one who once turned it. Could it have been rigged in some way? Modified, perhaps, with a mechanism known only to its true owner? Or does this lean too far into modern reasoning, applied to an ancient myth? Even today, artisans who craft historical replicas of horn bows note how temperamental they can be. They must be tuned like musical instruments, humidified, shaped, maintained. One craftsman's hand may bend what another's cannot. Technique can matter as much as brute force, which raises a quiet question. Did Odysseus string the bow because he was the strongest, or because he was the only one who remembered how? In the flickering firelight of that Ithacan hall, as suitors sneer and destiny creaks in the wood of a bow long silent, a deeper truth may be hiding, one not of strength or vengeance, but of memory, of connection, of something passed down, seen by no one else. And if the bow was real, if such a weapon once existed, where is it now? Perhaps, like so many of the Odyssey's mysteries, it waits. Not buried in earth or locked in storerooms, but suspended forever in a moment between myth and hist. The morning mists cling to the slopes of Mount Neriton like old secrets refusing to lift. Olive trees stand gnarled and silent, their roots tangled deep in the Ithacan soil, their silver-green leaves flickering in the wind. And nestled somewhere within this quiet wilderness, beyond the regal halls and blood-stained stones of the suitors' defeat, an old man tends to his garden, alone, forgotten by time. This is where Odysseus finds him, not at a throne or in a palace, but under the branches of a pear tree. Laertes, the father, the king who once ruled Ithaca, now dressed in rags, his body stooped with age, his spirit dulled by grief. It is one of the final, and perhaps strangest, moments in Homer's Odyssey. After decades at sea, battles fought, monsters escaped, and a kingdom reclaimed, Odysseus does not rest. Instead, he climbs the mountain to seek out his aging father, who does not recognize him. What follows is more than a simple reunion. It is a ritual, a puzzle, and for some, a story that hints at layers Homer left deliberately obscured. At first glance, the scene reads like closure. Odysseus, disguised once more, approaches Laertes and tests him. He tells a false story, as he has done so many times before, and watches his father withhold recognition. Only when Odysseus names the trees they planted together in childhood, an olive, a fig, a row of vines, does Laertes truly believe. He weeps, he embraces, the line of kings is restored. But why did Odysseus lie at all? Why not reveal himself immediately, as he did with Telemachus, with Penelope, with his servants? Why this final test? Some scholars see the episode as symbolic, a rite of passage. Just as Odysseus had to prove himself to his wife and son, so too must he reconnect with his origins, his lineage, before peace can return to Ithaca. Laertes, after all, represents more than a father. He is the last living memory of Odysseus's boyhood, of the land before war and absence tore everything apart. But others have pointed to a more unsettling interpretation. Laertes does not live in the palace. He has withdrawn from public life. His servants are gone. He wears rags and sleeps on straw. Why? Is it simply grief? Or was there a deeper disinheritance, political or divine? We know that Ithaca, in Odysseus's absence, descended into chaos. The suitors believed him dead. Power fractured, and while Telemachus grew into a young man, Laertes disappeared from court. Was he deposed, shamed? Or did he retreat of his own volition as a penance for something untold? And then there is the strange echo of memory, the moment Odysseus chooses to trigger recognition. He does not mention great battles or names or heroic deeds. He lists trees planted decades before, their names, their places, their fruit, a private code buried in earth and time. Why would this be the key? Some have suggested that the trees are more than botanical markers. They are ancestral. In Greek tradition, planting a tree is a sacred act, often tied to rites of passage, land inheritance, and divine favor. Olive trees, in particular, were linked to Athena, Odysseus's protector. Could the planting of these trees have been part of an ancient ritual? One that bound son to father and land to bloodline? Archaeological work on Ithaca, whose precise historical location remains debated, has uncovered Mycenaean-era farming tools, terracing, and ancient olive presses, evidence of sustained cultivation dating as far back as 1300 BC. Might these groves, these quiet, enduring trees, have once marked boundaries of noble estates, their locations remembered not through maps, but through oral memory? And what of Laertes himself? The Odyssey offers little about his earlier life, but some fragmented sources and later commentaries suggest that Laertes may have been more than a mere figurehead. In certain accounts, he is linked to the Argonauts, heroes of an even older generation. In others, he is a veteran of the Caledonian boar hunt. These traditions, mostly post-Homeric, hint at a deeper legacy, one that makes his retreat into obscurity even more perplexing. Why would a hero of the past choose anonymity over honor? Some fringe theorists, drawn by these inconsistencies, propose that the Laertes Odysseus finds is not quite the man he remembers. They note subtle oddities in the text: his difficulty recognizing his son, his need for physical proof, his sudden burst of vitality when he slays Eupeithes shortly after. Did he suffer from age? From trauma? Or had something altered him during those lost years? A few interpretations even drift into the metaphysical. Could Laertes symbolize a forgotten self, Odysseus's innocence, buried in the soil of his homeland? Was the reunion a kind of symbolic resurrection needed to restore Ithaca's balance? Others point to the literary structure. The Odyssey is shaped like a spiral, a return not just in geography, but in identity. The final chapter with Laertes might be the final seal, the last puzzle piece that locks Odysseus back into place as king, son, husband, and myth. But still, the moment resists easy reading. In a world where names matter, where recognition and honor define a man's fate, why does Laertes forget? And what does it say that Odysseus, the most cunning of men, chooses memory, not spectacle, as his proof. In the background, gods still whisper. The scene with Laertes is followed quickly by a final intervention from Athena, ensuring peace in Ithaca with divine decree. But until that moment, the story teeters on uncertainty. Is this old man merely a grieving father, or the last gatekeeper to a mystery that began long before Troy? The garden on Mount Neriton remains unmarked. The trees, if they ever existed, have long since withered. But perhaps, beneath the soil, something lingers. A story, a memory, a truth too fragile to name. And as Odysseus grasps his father's hands, covered in earth and age, we are left to wonder, was this truly a homecoming? Or the final trial of a man forever lost between worlds? The wind is still on the heights of Mount Olympus. White clouds curl around the craggy peaks like smoke rising from a sacred hearth. Below, the world of mortals stirs. Ships cross the wine-dark sea, kings rise and fall, and heroes wander. But above it all, invisible hands move silently across the board. In the Odyssey, the divine is never far away. Every twist of fate, every stroke of fortune or misfortune, seems to echo with the whisper of gods. Athena walks unseen through Ithaca's palace halls. Poseidon stirs the oceans with vengeance. Hermes flies unseen across continents. Even Zeus, distant and cold, casts judgment from on high. But how should we interpret these interventions? Are they merely literary devices, metaphors for inner conflict, fate, or natural forces? Or did the ancient Greeks believe, truly and deeply, that their gods walked among them? The role of the gods in the Odyssey is not abstract. It is startlingly direct. Odysseus does not merely pray for strength, he receives it. Athena changes his appearance at will, disguises him, guides him, shelters him. At times, she seems more than a protector. She is a co-strategist, almost an author within the story. It is Athena who stirs Telemachus to action, Athena who orchestrates the return to Ithaca, Athena who stops the final civil war before it begins. Was this simply a cultural reflection of Greek piety, a way of showing divine justice or favor, or was there something deeper encoded in these stories? Historians agree that Homeric poetry, composed around the 8th century BC, reflects oral traditions possibly passed down from as early as the Mycenaean period. During that era, temples were not yet monumental, but ritual practices already flourished. Linear B tablets recovered from sites like Pylos and Knossos mention offerings to deities like Poseidon and Zeus. These were not distant ideals. They were household gods, war gods, gods of wind and stone and field. Yet in the Odyssey, the gods are both present and elusive. They appear in disguise. They communicate in dreams. They work through nature, the sudden storm, the calming wind, the lucky aim of a spear. Could this be more than mythology? Some scholars have proposed that these divine figures may have once represented misunderstood or mythologized natural forces. Athena as the personification of reason or insight. Poseidon as the unpredictability of the sea. This theory, popular among Enlightenment thinkers, seeks to rationalize the supernatural into symbolic roles. But it does not explain the consistency of divine personalities across regions and centuries. Nor does it account for the ancient belief that gods could possess individuals, speak through oracles, or manifest in sacred groves. Take, for example, the oracle at Delphi, dedicated to Apollo. Archaeological excavations have uncovered a complex temple site, with layers of ritual activity dating back to at least 1400 BC. The Pythia, the priestess of Apollo, would enter a trance-like state and deliver prophecies believed to come directly from the god. Was this divine inspiration? Or the effect of natural gases, as some scientists have suggested, seeping from beneath the temple floor. And if the gods of the Odyssey are echoes of earlier cult practices, what role did they play in shaping the decisions of real people, kings, generals, and seafarers, who believed their lives were interwoven with divine will? We find traces of such belief in votive offerings buried in sanctuaries across the Mediterranean. Small figurines, weapons, oil jars, and bronze tripods have been unearthed from sites like Olympia, Delphi, and Dodona, gifts left in hope or gratitude, sometimes etched with personal prayers. Could these rituals, these whispered petitions, have served as the foundation for the intimate, guiding gods of the Odyssey? But then comes the more puzzling question. Why do the gods intervene only for some? Odysseus is favored, clearly and repeatedly, but countless others in his story are not. The suitors die without mercy. The crewmen who open Aeolus's bag of winds are punished without understanding. Ajax the Lesser drowns for an act of blasphemy committed during war. Even Odysseus's own men, starving and desperate, are struck down for eating the sacred cattle of Helios. Is this divine justice? Or does it reflect a deeper, more arbitrary truth that the gods of Homer, unlike modern ideals of benevolence, were capricious, proud, and dangerously involved? Some classicists argue that the Odyssey represents a transitional theology, a shift from the raw, vengeful gods of earlier myths toward a more complex moral order. But others suggest the opposite, that Homer's gods were never meant to represent morality at all. They were forces to be negotiated, appeased, and survived. In this light, Athena is not a guardian, but a powerful political ally. Poseidon is not evil, but a force you cross at your peril. Zeus is not just, but final. To live under the gaze of such gods was to accept that your fate might depend not on what you deserved, but on whom you had pleased. Then again, is it possible that the gods of the Odyssey were never gods at all? Here the fringe theories emerge, whispers around the edges of academia. Some propose that the gods, especially Athena, are remnants of an older class of beings, survivors from a pre-Olympian age of myth. In these interpretations, Athena is not the daughter of Zeus, but a much older earth goddess rebranded into the Olympian system. Her knowledge, her closeness to mortals, and her shape-shifting powers suggest a deity not bound by the rules of newer pantheons. Others go further. Could the gods represent distant, unseen beings mistaken for divine? Visitors from distant lands, or even more speculative origins, whose technologies or knowledge overwhelmed the understanding of Bronze Age societies. There is, of course, no solid evidence for such claims, but the stories persist. Gods who descend from the sky, voices that speak in fire, ships that fly, winds that follow command, disguises that deceive the eye. Are these myths, metaphors, or memories? The role of the gods in the Odyssey remains one of the most perplexing and open-ended puzzles in classical literature. Neither entirely symbolic nor fully literal, they exist in a liminal space, between thought and belief, between fear and hope. And perhaps that is what made them so enduring. They were not just characters. They were explanations for luck, for death, for love, for war. But as we listen again to their voices, echoing from mountaintops, rising in the roar of a sudden wave, we are left to ask, were the gods ever truly gone? Or did we simply stop knowing where to look? The great hall of Odysseus's palace stands silent now. The once polished floor is slick with blood. The golden light from the high windows glimmers across scattered goblets, overturned tables, and broken arrows. Smoke from the hearth still rises, curling toward the ceiling beams like the final breath of something ancient, something gone. This is where it ends for the suitors. More than 100 noblemen, ambitious, well-born, and confident, lie slaughtered at the feet of a single man. The same man they mocked, threatened, and underestimated. Odysseus, king of Ithaca, returned from 20 years of war and wandering. He comes not as a ruler making peace, but as an executioner reclaiming his throne. But was it justice? The massacre of the suitors is one of the bloodiest and most morally complex moments in ancient literature. It is sudden, brutal, and total. No trial, no warning, no escape. Alongside the suitors, Odysseus has 12 maids executed, strung up in the courtyard for dishonor, and tortures Melanthius, the disloyal goatherd, with a vengeance that borders on sadistic. Why did Homer, a poet so often praised for his subtlety and depth, choose to end his hero's journey in such an uncompromising blaze of violence? For some, this is the inevitable climax. Odysseus has returned home. His house has been invaded, his wife harassed, his son endangered. According to the Xenia, or sacred code of hospitality, the suitors' actions were not only rude, they were blasphemous. They devoured his livestock, plotted to kill Telemachus, and disrespected the gods by violating the order of the household. Their punishment, to many ancient readers, was not only deserved, it was demanded. But others have long questioned the extremity of it all. Why did Odysseus not offer clemency to at least some of them, especially those who pleaded for their lives? Why were the women not judged with greater discernment or allowed a chance to defend themselves? This has led scholars, ethicists, and even dramatists across centuries to debate the real meaning behind the bloodbath. Is this Homer's commentary on power? On justice? Or is it something darker? Something hidden beneath the myth? Some historians argue that the slaughter of the suitors reflects a very real social anxiety during the time of Homer's composition, roughly around the 8th century BC. Greece was emerging from the so-called Dark Age, following the collapse of the Mycenaean world. Kingship as a political institution had become uncertain. Many regions saw competing noble families vying for dominance. In this light, the suitors represent not just unruly guests, but internal political threats, a proto-coup within the palace. In that context, Odysseus's return is not merely a family drama, it's the reassertion of rightful rule. The killing of the suitors, though shocking, becomes a symbolic cleansing of political chaos. The message? Power, once lost, can only be reclaimed through force. But this interpretation still leaves unsettling gaps. Odysseus does not just eliminate rivals, he stages a theatrical execution. He has the doors barred, the weapons removed, and the women hidden. He reveals himself only when he is ready to strike, unleashing a wave of carefully timed violence with the help of Telemachus and just 2 loyal servants. Was this truly vengeance, or was it ritual? Some researchers have pointed to the ceremony of the act, the purging of the household, the subsequent cleansing by fire and sulfur, and the appeals to the gods. Could the massacre represent more than revenge? Perhaps a kind of reenactment of older, pre-Homeric purification rites? In many ancient cultures, the return of a sacred king after a long absence was marked not by celebration, but by death, the symbolic destruction of the old world to make way for the new. Could Odysseus's slaughter of the suitors be a remnant of this forgotten rite? A coded echo of something more primitive, more tribal, lurking beneath the refined, poetic veneer? And then there are the stranger theories. Some have speculated that the entire final act of the Odyssey, from Odysseus's return in disguise to the suitors' annihilation, is not historical, nor even metaphorical, but allegorical, a dream, a vision, a descent into the underworld disguised as a domestic scene. After all, consider the setting. The palace becomes a closed chamber, sealed off from the outside world. The suitors, named and faceless at once, act like shades, unaware of the doom creeping toward them. Odysseus, like a revenant, walks among them unrecognized. When he strikes, it is without hesitation or mercy. And when it's over, Athena herself intervenes to bring peace, almost as though the entire event existed outside the laws of men. Could this be a dramatization of psychological reintegration? The hero, having traveled through the lands of the dead, the monsters, and the gods, now confronts the final shadows within himself: doubt, pride, anger, loss, and expels them in one violent purge? Or is that interpretation reaching too far? We must also consider the cultural norms of ancient Greek society. Blood vengeance was not uncommon. In Homer's world, justice was personal, immediate, and absolute. Kings defended honor with steel. Women's virtue was guarded with death. Betrayal invited no appeal. Yet even within that context, Homer seems to hesitate. After the slaughter, Odysseus retreats. He does not reclaim his throne with triumph. He withdraws, speaks to the ghosts, and prepares for more battle. A civil war narrowly averted by Athena's divine hand. It is almost as if Homer, having written the hero's righteous vengeance, then steps back and wonders, was this truly right? Was this truly heroic? In later Greek drama, such as the Eumenides by Aeschylus, the very notion of blood vengeance is placed on trial. Justice becomes institutionalized. Trials replace retribution. But in the Odyssey, that evolution has not yet occurred. Instead, we are left with a hall of bodies, and with it, a lingering question. Did Odysseus return as a hero or as a tyrant? Did he restore order or break something that can never be healed? Was this justice, or simply the cost of coming home? Night falls over Ithaca. The halls of the palace grow quiet. Moonlight glides over marble floors and weaves through the half-finished loom in the queen's chamber. Outside, the sea murmurs like a memory, and within that silence, she dreams. Penelope, queen, wife, weaver, widow, mother, one of the most enigmatic women in all of Greek literature. For 20 long years, she waits, not passively, not idly, but with a strange, unsettling kind of awareness. Her mind is alert, her words careful, her dreams prophetic. In the Odyssey, dreams appear rarely, but when they do, they signal something more than rest. They are bridges between the waking world and the divine, messages from the gods, or perhaps echoes from the unconscious. For Penelope, the dream comes near the end of her long vigil. She stands before the suitors, weary of her own deception, the famed weaving of Laertes' shroud unraveled by night, and speaks of a vision. In it, she dreams of 20 geese at her palace, fattened and tame, feeding at the trough. Suddenly, a great eagle swoops down from the sky and kills them all. She weeps until the eagle speaks. It tells her not to grieve. The geese are the suitors, and the eagle is her husband, Odysseus, returned. The imagery is stark, the violence prophetic. But was it merely a dream? What if it was something else? Dreams, in Homeric thought, fall into two categories. In Book 19, Penelope herself distinguishes them: those that come through the gate of ivory, deceptive and false, and those from the gate of horn, true and meaningful. But how does one tell which is which? The ancients didn't know. Neither do we. This simple dream, 20 geese slaughtered by a single eagle, has puzzled scholars, historians, and psychoanalysts alike for centuries. Some interpret it as a clear omen, crafted by Homer to assure the audience that justice was not only coming, but divinely sanctioned. In this reading, Penelope's dream becomes a tool of narrative certainty, a way to prepare the audience for the bloodbath soon to follow. But there's a deeper mystery beneath the surface. Why does Penelope share the dream at all? Why does she, a woman renowned for her guarded speech, choose this moment to speak so openly of her vision, only to then question its meaning? In the same breath, she doubts the eagle's words. She wonders if it was all illusion. She even suggests she has grown too accustomed to sorrow to trust in hope. This uncertainty opens the door to more layered interpretations. Some modern classicists have suggested the dream is not just about Odysseus, it's about Penelope herself. The 20 geese may represent more than the suitors. They could symbolize the structure of her world, the illusions she has maintained. Her palace has become a stage, her weaving a performance. When the eagle comes, he destroys not only the suitors, but the entire balance she has sustained. Is this relief or loss? Other scholars have explored the dream through the lens of ancient Near Eastern influence. In Bronze Age traditions across Egypt, Mesopotamia, and even regions of ancient Palestine, dreams were not metaphor. They were direct communication with the sacred. Kings employed dream interpreters. Clay tablets record rituals to induce dreams in order to receive oracular knowledge. Could Penelope's dream be a literary relic of this practice? After all, the Odyssey is a story that straddles worlds, between the heroic and the domestic, the mortal and the divine. Dreams function as liminal spaces, just like Odysseus himself. He is always between things, between war and home, man and myth, memory and invention. And so is Penelope. But the mystery grows stranger still when we examine Penelope's behavior after the dream. Rather than rush to action, she deepens her tests. She proposes the impossible bow contest, a challenge so specific, so precise, it seems designed not merely to delay the suitors, but to summon something else. Some have interpreted this as evidence that Penelope already knows Odysseus is present. The dream wasn't a prophecy, it was confirmation. If this is true, then Penelope becomes more than a patient wife. She becomes a kind of Circe, conducting a quiet ritual of revelation. The dream sets the stage, the bow summons the truth, and the suitors, unwitting, walk into a fate long prepared. And yet, a more unsettling theory lingers on the edges. What if Penelope's dream is not prophecy, but wish? A projection of desire, a violent yearning for resolution. After years of pressure, mourning, isolation, and political manipulation, could Penelope's mind have conjured a symbolic purge, one that only Odysseus, the mythical hunter-king, could enact? If so, then her dream becomes not divine but deeply human. In the hands of later interpreters, from Renaissance painters to modern psychologists, Penelope's dream has shifted in meaning. Some see it as a reflection of suppressed rage, others as a veiled expression of guilt, or even fear of Odysseus's return. After all, when he does finally reveal himself, Penelope is not overcome with joy. She tests him again. She remains still, unreadable. She asks about their bed. Why? Does she doubt him? Or does she doubt herself? What if the dream wasn't a message from the gods, but a mirror? Could it be that in this single surreal episode, Homer allowed us to glimpse the internal world of his most mysterious character? A woman surrounded by danger, pressure, and uncertainty, whose only safe expression came in the form of sleep? In ancient times, dreams were considered sacred. But today, we understand them as layered expressions of memory, anxiety, and longing. Yet, Penelope's dream, existing as it does on the border of myth and mind, still refuses to yield. Was it a divine signal? A political metaphor? A psychological cry? Or was it all of these at once? And so, we return to that chamber, where moonlight touches the loom, and the queen lies with her face turned toward the stars. Somewhere between waking and sleep, between prophecy and poetry, she waits, still dreaming. And we are left to ask, what truths might we find if we knew how to read those dreams, not as puzzles to be solved, but as messages waiting in the dark? The cave mouth of Circe's island is half swallowed by vines and shadow. The forest around it hums with strange rhythmic life, half animal, half magic. Here, time bends softly. The sky above seems too still, the light oddly golden. Everything breathes with a quiet that feels watched. It's here, in this forgotten bend in Odysseus's journey, that something, or someone, was left behind. Elpenor. Barely remembered in most tellings, Elpenor is one of Odysseus's men, a common sailor, a youth, not a warrior of great renown or a figure of prophecy, just a man. And yet, it is his ghost, his, that calls out from the edge of death. In the Odyssey, the moment is startling. As Odysseus descends into the underworld, passing through the shadows of the earth to consult the spirit of the prophet Tiresias, it is not the seer who first appears, but Elpenor. Odysseus is shocked. Elpenor died not in battle, not in storm or shipwreck, but in a moment of drunken misstep. Having climbed to sleep on Circe's roof, he awoke confused, stumbled, and fell to his death. His body was never buried, and now, from the mist of Hades, his shade begs not for revenge, nor glory, but for a burial. Why does Homer pause the grand epic here to let this minor figure take the stage? Why is it Elpenor's ghost who speaks first? Some scholars interpret this moment as a narrative device, a way to remind the audience of the duties of the living to the dead. In ancient Greek culture, the need to bury the dead properly was paramount. Without funeral rites, a soul could not cross the river Styx and would wander endlessly in the gray lands of Hades. Elpenor, forgotten and unburied, exists in limbo. But the moment is more than custom. There is something quietly terrifying in his appearance. Elpenor does not emerge with fire or vengeance. He does not accuse. He simply speaks with a soft, mournful gravity. He is a symbol not of heroism, but of mortality, of what gets lost along the journey, and of what waits for us when we forget to look back. The ancient Greeks believed in an intricate geography of the afterlife. Hades was not a place of flames, but of shadows, a land where memory lingered, half formed, half lost. It was a place deeply tied to ritual, and the failure of ritual was dangerous. Elpenor's shade becomes the embodiment of this danger, an unfinished rite, a wound in the story. Could his appearance then be something more? Some fringe theorists and alternative classicists have proposed a curious idea that Elpenor's ghost is not merely a literary echo, but a clue, an ancient hint toward a belief system far older than Homer's Greece. In the Minoan and Mycenaean world, civilizations that flourished between 2000 and 1200 BC, death was often depicted as a journey. Tombs were constructed like houses. Offerings were left not just to honor the dead, but to sustain them. The lines between this world and the next were fluid. Spirits could cross back. Dreams could host the dead. Burial was not closure. It was a doorway. Could Homer's treatment of Elpenor preserve a remnant of this older, more animistic worldview? Even more intriguing is the nature of his death. Elpenor dies on Circe's island, a place where men are turned to beasts, and time dissolves into enchantment. It is one of the most supernatural locations in the Odyssey, and one of the most ambiguous. Circe herself is a goddess, or a witch, or both. Her island, Aeaea, is untethered from conventional geography. Some place it in the far western Mediterranean. Others, more speculatively, suggest it echoes Bronze Age memories of ritual centers in places like Cyprus, Crete, or even the Levantine coast. Wherever it lies, Aeaea is not a safe place for the unprepared. Elpenor's death here is not just clumsy, it's uncanny. He falls, unnoticed, from a height. His body is left unburied in a place ruled by a being who blurs the lines between human and divine. Is his fall merely an accident, or a ritual failure? Later, when Odysseus returns to Aeaea to fulfill his promise and bury the young man, he performs a traditional Greek funeral: cremation, a burial mound, and a marker with an oar atop it. That oar is significant, a sailor's tool, but also a symbol, a way to mark identity, perhaps even to secure passage. In later traditions, the oar becomes a metaphor for the journey of life itself, its rhythm, its weight, its direction. What was Elpenor's oar steering toward? Some researchers have noted the parallel between Elpenor and other mythic figures who die just before a transformation, figures like Icarus or Phaethon. They fall, they fail, but their stories remain. Their deaths are not grand, but they are meaningful. Was Elpenor meant to represent all those who die just out of reach of the great moment? The forgotten? The ones who never return? Others have pointed to a deeper pattern. Elpenor is the first to speak in the Underworld, but he is also the last to be buried. He completes his passage only after Odysseus turns back. His unfinished business becomes a metaphor not only for the rituals of the dead, but for the emotional weight of the journey itself. What is the Odyssey, if not a series of delayed returns? And what is Elpenor, if not the reminder that some parts of us, some friends, some choices, some losses, can't be brought home? His ghost doesn't rage, it doesn't haunt. It simply asks, and in that asking, it lingers. Even today, we can't help but wonder, what does it mean that a minor character, a name easily overlooked, was granted the first voice among the dead? What might this reveal about the ancient world's fears, not just of death, but of being forgotten? And in the stillness of that question, we return to Aeaea. The wind through the trees, the golden light, a grave marked by a single oar, weathered now by centuries of silence. A reminder that not all spirits rest easily, and not all ghosts are gone. The papyrus scroll unrolls slowly under golden light. Its ink, faded and cracked, still speaks, line after line, dactylic hexameter flowing like waves across the fragile surface. This is no ordinary tale, and yet, at first glance, it appears simple. A hero, a journey, a homecoming. But the Odyssey is not told as it happens. Instead, it coils back on itself, folding time, voice, and place into something far more elusive. The story begins in the middle. The hero is absent. The gods are watching, and the structure itself becomes a kind of labyrinth. Why? Why would one of the most enduring epics in Western history, surviving across 3 millennia, translated into hundreds of languages, be told in such a fragmented, layered, and elusive way? Some scholars call it ring composition, others a technique of oral tradition. But beneath the academic terms lies something stranger, something more elusive. A structure that seems to defy simple narrative logic, and yet works with almost mathematical precision. Could the Odyssey be more than just a story? Could it be a coded map? A ritual? A memory palace? The poem, traditionally attributed to Homer, begins not with Odysseus, but with his son, Telemachus, uncertain and young, searching for a father he's never truly known. Only later, books in, do we finally hear Odysseus's own voice, recounting his long and harrowing voyage. And even then, we're not seeing it happen, but listening to him describe it in a foreign court, to strangers. This layering of perspectives creates a strange, echoing effect. A story within a story, a journey within a memory, and a hero who may be as much invention as man. Why construct the tale this way? The answer may lie in its origins. The Odyssey, like its sister epic, the Iliad, was part of a long oral tradition, songs and stories passed down by generations of bards. These were not written texts, but performances, and performance demands memory. In cultures that relied on oral transmission, structure was not just aesthetic, it was mnemonic. The repetition of epithets, wily Odysseus, rosy-fingered Dawn, the cyclical patterns of events, and the nested episodes all served a purpose to help the storyteller remember. The structure was a tool of preservation. But what if it was more than that? In recent decades, cognitive archaeologists have begun to revisit ancient narratives not just as literature, but as mental architecture. The idea of the memory palace, an internalized spatial system for storing vast information, has roots in antiquity. Could the Odyssey have been designed not just to entertain or instruct, but to encode knowledge in a symbolic geography? Odysseus's voyage, after all, is more than a route. It is a loop. He travels far only to return. He moves through thresholds, the island of the Lotus-Eaters, the cave of Polyphemus, the house of Circe, the land of the dead, the straits of Scylla and Charybdis. Each location holds a challenge, a transformation, a test. What if each place represents not just a physical point on a mythical map, but a cognitive or spiritual state? This theory, still considered fringe by many classicists, suggests that the Odyssey may contain elements of initiation mythology, that the structure mirrors rites of passage found across ancient cultures: separation, ordeal, transformation, return. Could the poem itself be an initiation? And what of the peculiar symmetry? The Odyssey opens and closes not just with narrative resolution, but with mirrored structure. The palace scenes in Ithaca, the arrogant suitors, the disguised king, the final revelation, echo and reverse the voyage episodes. The external journey into strange lands becomes an internal reckoning at home. Patterns emerge. The suitors are introduced in Book 1. They are destroyed in Book 22. Odysseus begins in captivity, with Calypso. He ends in disguise, in his own kingdom. He loses his crew, piece by piece, until only he remains. Then he regains identity, piece by piece, until all is restored. It is a spiral, not a line, a form that returns to its center. Why would such precision be necessary in an oral poem? One possibility is cultural. Greek society in the late Bronze Age through the early Iron Age, from around 1200 to 700 BC, was undergoing massive shifts. Collapse, migration, and memory loss created a fractured landscape. Story became a way to preserve not only values but structure, a portable cosmos, repeatable, teachable, resilient. But there's another possibility too. In many ancient traditions, from Egypt to Mesopotamia, from the Levant to early European settlements, myths were constructed with sacred geometry. Stories weren't just stories, they were reflections of cosmic order. The Vedic hymns, for instance, were composed with mathematical precision. Some scholars have even mapped the layout of early Sumerian temple hymns to architectural blueprints. Could the Odyssey, with its ring composition, mirrored books, and calculated beats, be a literary reflection of a lost cosmological system? Is it coincidence that 12 key books in the poem cover Odysseus's actual journey, while the remaining books focus on Ithaca, Telemachus, and the gods? Is it chance that major plot turns occur in precise intervals, books 5, chapter 13, 19? Or is there a design, a code, behind it? Critics of such theories point to the organic nature of oral storytelling. They argue that pattern is not always intention, that repetition and symmetry emerge naturally when stories are refined over generations. And yet, even within the Homeric tradition, the Odyssey is unusually complex. Its shape is more refined than the Iliad, its rhythm more deliberate. It begins with absence. It ends with recognition. And in between, it winds through dream, memory, myth, and fate. Perhaps the mystery is not just what the Odyssey says, but how it is built. What blueprint guided its form? What hands shaped its frame? Who, if anyone, designed it? We may never know the answer. The Homeric question, the debate over who Homer was, or whether he was one person at all, remains open. The earliest written copies of the poem date to centuries after its supposed composition. The oral versions may have evolved and changed, encoded with elements of cultures long vanished, Mycenaean, Minoan, even pre-Hellenic. And in that silence, the structure speaks. A tale that begins at the end. A hero who hides to be seen. A homecoming that feels like myth. So we are left with a story that contains its own questions, that loops back on itself endlessly, like a tide on the shore. A story we think we know, yet never quite in full. Could there be meaning in the shape of the tale itself? Could its very structure hold clues, not only to Odysseus's journey, but to the minds and mysteries of those who first told it? And if so, what are we still missing? The wind stirs gently across the rocky promontory of Ithaca. Olive trees lean toward the sea, their silver leaves trembling in the afternoon light. Below, the waves crash rhythmically against dark stone, as if whispering secrets long buried beneath salt and time. Not far from here, according to legend, stood the palace of Odysseus, king of Ithaca, son of Laertes, a man both celebrated and feared. But what kind of man was he? In ancient epics, heroes are often measured by their strength, their bravery, their divine favor. Achilles has his rage, Hector his nobility, Aeneas his destiny. But Odysseus, he is remembered for something different. Metis, cunning, trickery, a mind that bends the world around it. The Odyssey calls him Polytropos, a man of many turns. But this description does not always come as praise. It implies flexibility, deception, ambiguity. And so, for over 2,000 years, scholars and readers alike have puzzled over a central question. Is Odysseus truly a hero, or something else entirely? The mainstream interpretation paints him as the embodiment of Greek cleverness, resourceful, adaptable, capable of surviving where others fail. In a brutal world ruled by gods and monsters, his mind becomes his greatest weapon. But what if the very traits that save him also undermine him? From the earliest moments of the Odyssey, we see this duality emerge. Odysseus blinds the Cyclops Polyphemus, saving his men from death. But he doesn't stop there. He taunts the monster, shouting his name, his lineage, his homeland, turning survival into a boast. That single act of pride leads Poseidon to curse his voyage, ensuring years of wandering and suffering. Was it heroism or hubris? In another tale, Odysseus visits the land of the dead to consult the prophet Tiresias. There he meets Elpenor, the crewman who died not in battle, but by drunkenly falling from a roof. Odysseus had forgotten him. Now, in the underworld, the ghost begs for burial rites. The incident is often seen as a moment of humility, a reminder of mortality. But some critics ask, how many of Odysseus' men died because of his choices, his lies, his secrets? Even the famed episode of the Trojan horse, the trick that ended a decade-long war, is a triumph of deception. A symbol of Greek ingenuity, yes, but also an act of subterfuge that led to massacre. The fall of Troy, told from another perspective, is not a victory. It is the night the city burned. So then, what is the true measure of a hero? Ancient texts themselves seem divided. In the Iliad, Odysseus is a supporting character, clever but never at center stage. He's the one who advises, who schemes. But the glory of battle belongs to others. And yet, in the Odyssey, he becomes the focus, though not always the moral compass. In Book 19, still disguised in his own home, he tells a lie so intricate that even Penelope is drawn in. He weaves names and memories, constructing a false persona to protect his identity. It is a moment of narrative brilliance, but also emotional distance. The woman who has waited 20 years still does not recognize him. And he withholds the truth. Why? Some modern scholars suggest that Odysseus is not meant to be a straightforward hero at all, but a reflection of shifting values in ancient Greece. By the time the Odyssey was composed, likely between the 8th and 7th centuries BC, the Greek world had already changed. The age of bronze and battle had given way to an era where wit and diplomacy were more prized than brute force. Odysseus, then, may not be a relic of older times, but a prototype for a new kind of leadership, one based not on muscle, but on mind. But even this theory leaves open unsettling questions. What kind of man returns home and slaughters a house full of suitors, some of whom may have simply been caught in political tides? What kind of man tests his wife's loyalty through tricks and traps even after reclaiming his throne? And why, in later myths, does Odysseus continue to wander even after his journey is done? Some ancient sources, like the Telegony, a lost epic fragmentarily preserved through later writers, suggest that Odysseus traveled east, beyond known lands, to places unnamed. Others claim he was killed by his own son, born of the sorceress Circe. A grim, mythic irony. Could the myths surrounding Odysseus contain echoes of real figures? Perhaps sea captains, mercenaries, or Bronze Age tricksters whose lives bled into legend? There are those who theorize that Odysseus is not a man at all, but an archetype, a recurring figure in Indo-European folklore, the trickster king, the one who defies gods, breaks boundaries, and rewrites the rules. We find similar figures across cultures. In Norse myths, Loki is the clever, dangerous schemer, often aiding the gods, yet just as often deceiving them. In West African folklore, Anansi, the spider weaves stories to outwit stronger foes. And in ancient Semitic tales, we find Jacob, the patriarch who wrestles angels, deceives his brother, and survives by his wits, a character not far from Odysseus in spirit, if not in name. Could Odysseus be a Greek iteration of a much older, more universal mythic role? If so, then the question of his heroism becomes even more complex, because tricksters are not moral exemplars. They are not clean or noble. They are the ones who disturb the order to create new possibilities. They thrive in chaos, and yet they endure. In that light, perhaps the enduring power of Odysseus lies not in his goodness, but in his ambiguity. He is not Achilles. He is not Hercules. He is not a hero in shining bronze. He is a man in shadow, hiding beneath rags, whispering stories, waiting for the right moment to strike. What does it mean that this is the figure who survives? What does it mean that this is the one the gods allow to return? And if Odysseus represents the Greek mind, the civilization's view of itself, then what does that say about the people who told his story? Perhaps that even in antiquity, strength alone was not enough. Perhaps that in the uncertain world after the Bronze Age collapse, the survivors were not the strongest, but the cleverest. Or perhaps, buried deep within the tale, is a warning that cunning, untempered by compassion, leaves only ashes in its wake, that a hero who relies on masks may one day forget his own face. And so we return to the olive-strewn hills of Ithaca, to a house restored, a throne reclaimed, a kingdom ruled. But behind the silence, a question lingers. Was Odysseus truly a hero, or simply the last man standing? And if he were to walk among us today, what would he be? Savior? Schemer? Or something far more difficult to name? The waves continue to whisper, and the story, like the man himself, refuses to yield all its secrets. The morning light spills softly across the courtyard of Odysseus's palace. Stone columns catch the gold of dawn, while fig trees cast long shadows on worn flagstones. A silence hangs in the air, not the silence of peace, but of waiting. For 20 years, this house has held its breath, and within it, a boy has grown into something else. Telemachus. When the Odyssey begins, he is little more than a shadow, young, uncertain, half forgotten in his father's absence, raised not by kings or warriors, but by servants, nurses, and a mother surrounded by suitors. The boy is hesitant, doubtful, overwhelmed. And yet, without warning, he changes. In Book 1, he stands meekly among the suitors. But by Book 2, he calls a public assembly, the first in Ithaca since Odysseus vanished. He speaks with command. He chastises the elders. He asserts his bloodline. What happened? How does a boy, in a matter of days, emerge as a man? Scholars have long debated the transformation of Telemachus. Was it a narrative device, a sudden character arc to set the plot in motion, or is there something more beneath the surface? Homer's audience, listening by firelight or in open-air theaters, would have felt the change. This is no slow coming-of-age tale. Telemachus leaps forward, as if stirred by some hidden force. The text offers one explanation: divine intervention. Athena, goddess of wisdom, appears to him in disguise. She inspires him, advises him, and subtly urges him to seek news of his father, to leave Ithaca, to grow. But even this account invites questions. Why does Athena choose this moment? Why this boy? And why, when gods often act boldly, does she do so here through whispers and veils? Perhaps the answer lies in the very structure of the Odyssey. As viewers of this journey already know, the epic is not told in straight lines. It curves, doubles back, mirrors itself. The son's voyage to find the father echoes the father's long return to his home. Telemachus and Odysseus move in parallel, both changing across waters, both shaped by absence. But Telemachus's voyage, shorter, quieter, remains one of the most overlooked mysteries of the text. When he travels to Pylos and Sparta, seeking word of his father, he meets figures from the older generation: Nestor, Menelaus, and even Helen. They speak of war, loss, deception. In these foreign halls, he sees reflections of his father's world. He hears myths spoken aloud. He is told that Odysseus may yet live, or may be lost forever. And when he returns to Ithaca, something has shifted. He does not simply hope. He acts. He begins to hide weapons. He collaborates with the stranger in rags. He stands beside his father in the final reckoning. The transformation is complete. But how plausible is such rapid maturity? In traditional cultures, rites of passage often mark the threshold between boyhood and manhood. Some scholars suggest that Telemachus's journey represents an initiation, a symbolic death of the child followed by a rebirth. Yet Homer never names such a ritual. There is no formal ceremony, only the journey, the guidance of a veiled goddess, and the voices of the past. Could Telemachus's growth represent not realism, but mythic archetype? In myth, the hero's son often plays a crucial role. He inherits not just a name, but a fate. From Persian legends to Celtic tales, the child of a great warrior is often pulled into their own adventure, not by choice, but by necessity. In the Akkadian epic of Gilgamesh, there is no Telemachus, no son to continue the tale. And perhaps that is the point. The presence of a son in the Odyssey suggests something larger, that Odysseus's legacy is not in his actions alone, but in what he leaves behind. But what if Telemachus is more than just a son? Some fringe theories, often dismissed in academic circles but fascinating in their implications, suggest that the Odyssey as we know it may have once existed as two separate tales, one about a lost father and another about a son's growth. Later, they were woven together into a single narrative, perhaps even by different poets. This theory gains some weight from the disjointed pacing. Telemachus's arc begins and halts. He disappears from the narrative for several books, only to return just as Odysseus re-enters Ithaca. The symmetry is striking, but not seamless. Others point to the possibility of later additions. Could the Telemachi, the first 4 books of the Odyssey, have been composed after the rest? Some linguistic and stylistic analyses suggest minor shifts in tone, diction, even formulaic expressions. And if so, who added them? And why? Could the sudden growth of Telemachus serve a purpose beyond character development? Perhaps it was meant to reframe the entire epic, not just as the tale of a cunning survivor, but as a generational saga, a story not just of return, but of renewal. Still others suggest deeper symbolism. Carl Jung, the father of analytical psychology, once wrote that myth mirrors the human psyche. Telemachus, he might say, is the ego confronting the unknown, a youth stepping out from the shadow of the father, confronting the chaos of adulthood. The journey outward becomes a journey inward. In this light, Telemachus's sudden growth is not a historical mystery, but a psychological truth compressed into poetry. Yet the historical context cannot be ignored. If the Odyssey emerged during the Greek Dark Ages, around the 8th century BC, it was a time when societal structures were in flux. Kingship was uncertain, lineage mattered, and a people rebuilding from collapse might have found solace in tales of continuity, of sons rising to take the place of absent fathers. Could Telemachus, then, be more than myth? A symbol for a generation rebuilding what was lost? Or is there something more personal in his tale? A young man, never knowing his father, forced to invent manhood on his own terms, shaped not by example, but by absence. The ancient world left us no diary of Telemachus, no ruins with his name inscribed, only the text, and the silence between its lines. So we are left to wonder, was his transformation truly divine? Was it the invention of poets? Or is it something all too human, sudden, messy, and inevitable? The columns of the palace still stand in imagination, if not in stone. The sea still laps at the shores of Ithaca, and the story of the boy who became a man lingers in the echoes of the waves. What pushed Telemachus to grow when he did? And what, if anything, might that moment still be trying to tell us? The Ionian Sea stretches out in all directions, its surface catching silver light as the winds turn cold and slow. Somewhere between the shifting blues and the salt-stained rocks of ancient Ithaca, time begins to fold, The same winds blow again, the same names are spoken, and again, the same choices are made. The Odyssey is a tale of return, of a man struggling not just against monsters and storms, but against memory, fate, and self. And woven deep into the poem's poetic fabric are patterns, echoes, that repeat, quietly but persistently. Why? Why does Homer tell us again and again about the same moments, the same temptations, the same divine intercessions? What lies behind these repeated themes? At first glance, these repetitions seem simple. Odysseus encounters danger, resists or succumbs, and moves on. But the further we read, the more we notice something peculiar. Circles, recurrence. The same events, or versions of them, retold in slightly different form. Take the theme of hospitality. Again and again, strangers are welcomed, or denied welcome. From Telemachus in Pylos and Sparta, to Odysseus in the huts of the swineherd Eumaeus, to the Phaeacians who finally help him home, or to the Cyclops, who does the opposite. The question of how one treats a guest is not just a custom, it becomes a moral test, a spiritual reckoning. But what makes hospitality repeat so obsessively? Some scholars argue that these themes reflect the central values of Homeric society. In a world without passports or secure borders, hospitality was sacred, a pact older than kings. But others see something deeper. Could these repetitions encode a kind of oral memory? We must remember, Homer's epics were not first read. They were recited, memorized, performed. Repetition, then, was not just for emphasis, but for structure. A way to anchor the story in the mind of the bard and in the ears of the listener. Phrases like rosy-fingered dawn or wine-dark sea are more than poetic flourishes. They are formulae, musical scaffolds to hold the weight of centuries. But even within that tradition, the thematic echoes seem unusually deliberate. Disguise and recognition, another motif that reappears like a haunting rhythm. Odysseus is in disguise when he returns, his identity hidden, his power concealed, and one by one, others recognize him. Telemachus, Eurycleia, Penelope. In each case, the recognition carries weight, emotional, prophetic, sometimes violent. Why so many disguises? Is it only dramatic tension? Or does it hint at something more archetypal? The hidden self, the idea that who we truly are must be revealed, not declared. Temptation and resistance emerge next. Circe, Calypso, the Lotus-Eaters, the Sirens. Each time, Odysseus is offered a way to forget, to linger, to abandon the journey. Each time he resists, or narrowly escapes. But again, the repetition seems meaningful. These are not just episodic distractions, they mirror each other. Circe offers comfort. Calypso offers immortality. The Sirens offer knowledge, comfort, immortality, knowledge. Each one a timeless lure, each one a choice. What is the Odyssey really suggesting? That the path of return, of homecoming, is not about direction, but about clarity of purpose? That each temptation is a false destiny? Or are these obstacles not external at all, but fragments of Odysseus himself? The most haunting repetitions in the Odyssey, though, are the stories within the story. When Odysseus finally reaches the court of the Phaeacians, he tells his tale, his own version of his voyage. But here, we enter a strange space. The narrative becomes nested. Odysseus becomes both character and narrator. And curiously, his account is full of, well, repetition. Again, the storm. Again, the island. Again, the gods interfering. It becomes difficult to separate fact from embellishment. Does Odysseus exaggerate? Does he invent? And if so, Why does Homer let him? Some scholars see this as the poem's most brilliant device, a story about storytelling, a reminder that the journey is not just physical, but also narrative, that who we are is shaped not only by what we do, but by how we tell what we've done. Others go further. Some fringe theorists propose that the Odyssey might be more than a poem, that it functions like a code, layered and recursive, intended to transmit information through rhythm and repetition. Hidden knowledge passed down through oral tradition, possibly astrological or even pre-Hellenic in origin. These interpretations remain speculative, but even without veering into the esoteric, the pattern is undeniable. Odysseus returns to places he's already left. He hears stories he already knows. He relives choices already made. The Odyssey becomes less a line and more a spiral. Could this be a reflection of cyclical time? A worldview in which events don't simply progress but return in different form? In many ancient cultures, Egyptian, Babylonian, even Minoan, time was not linear. It was circular. Festivals mirrored solstices, myths repeated with the seasons. Might the Odyssey be shaped by that same vision? Some linguists point to the poem's deep structure, its ring composition or chiastic form, as evidence. The middle mirrors the beginning and the end. Each departure has its return, each loss its echo. And then there's the sea, itself a repeating motif, a space of movement, of forgetting, of transformation. Odysseus is shaped, unmade, and remade by water. The sea separates him from home, but also leads him there. It is both exile and return. What is Homer telling us? Is this simply elegant storytelling? Or is repetition the message itself? That life is not made of singular acts, but of patterns. That identity is not fixed, but resurfaced again and again, like Odysseus's own. In the end, the poem's most profound theme may be the act of return itself, to Ithaca, to memory, to self. But perhaps even return is not the end, only another beginning, another echo in the great spiral of the tale. What if these repetitions aren't meant to be resolved, but remembered? What if Homer's greatest mystery is that we've been here before, and always will be? What then still lies hidden in the spaces where the story turns back on itself, and what, if anything, waits beyond the next echo? In a quiet chamber above the great hall of Ithaca, soft lamplight flickers against rough-hewn stone. The threads of a great loom stretch across the room like rays of sunlight turned to silk. Here, in this secluded space, a woman works silently into the night. Her fingers pass over the warp and weft with delicate purpose. She weaves, and then she unweaves. And so, a burial shroud remains forever unfinished. Penelope's shroud, the object at the heart of one of the Odyssey's most enduring mysteries, serves as both literal fabric and symbolic veil. On the surface, it is a clever ruse, a tale of wits. The faithful wife of Odysseus stalls the aggressive suitors occupying her home by promising to choose a new husband only after finishing a funeral shroud for her aging father-in-law, Laertes. Each day she weaves it. Each night she secretly unravels it. But behind this act of patience lies a far more intricate web. What does the shroud truly represent? And why has it lingered in the imagination of scholars and storytellers for centuries? The story of Penelope's weaving first appears in the Odyssey, Book 2. It is Telemachus who tells it, recounting how for 3 years his mother deceived the suitors with her endless labor. Her deception, eventually exposed by one of her maids, is hailed as a rare example of female cunning in Homeric literature, a mirror to Odysseus's own much-lauded guile. And yet, there is something strangely timeless in this image. A woman, alone in a tower, weaving an endless tapestry by day and undoing it by night. Why does it feel familiar? In mythologies across the Mediterranean and Near East, weaving is more than a household chore. It is a sacred act. In Mesopotamia, the goddess Utu spun fate itself. In ancient Anatolia, Hittite myths speak of the weaving goddesses who shaped the lives of men. In the later Greek pantheon, the Moirai, also called the Fates, wove, measured, and cut the thread of every mortal life. Could Penelope then be more than a clever queen? Could her loom echo something older, something ritualistic? Archaeologists have found spindle whorls and loom weights in Mycenaean and Minoan sites across the Aegean, often buried with women. These tools suggest weaving was not merely utilitarian, it had ceremonial value. Some believe it played a role in funerary rites, or even in prophecy. Is it a coincidence, then, that Penelope claims she is weaving a burial shroud? Could her labor reflect not just a delay tactic, but a symbolic ritual, an attempt to hold off death itself, to suspend time until Odysseus's return? Some scholars think so. There are theories that suggest Penelope's act is an inversion of the Moirai's work. While they move fate forward, she holds it still. She is not weaving life toward death, but pulling it back, keeping her household, her identity, her husband's legacy in limbo. And then there's the shroud itself. We never see it. It is never finished. No physical description is given. No color, no pattern, no origin. Could it be that the shroud is not meant to exist? Some have asked, was there ever a shroud at all? Telemachus, not Penelope, is the one who tells the tale. Odysseus never sees it. None of the suitors describe it. Could this ruse, this signature symbol of Penelope's faithfulness, be a story within a story? A clever myth to explain why she resisted, or to elevate her into the same legendary status as her husband? Others go further. There is a long-standing debate in Homeric studies. Was Penelope truly faithful? Traditional interpretations hold her up as the paragon of loyalty, but certain passages suggest ambiguity, her delayed recognition of Odysseus, her dreams, her cryptic tests of identity, and of course her long conversation with the beggar before the final bloodshed. Is it possible that the shroud story was an ex post facto invention meant to shield her from political scandal? Or a Homeric device designed to cast Penelope as a female Odysseus, shrewd, complex, elusive? In recent years, some have even proposed that Penelope herself, like Helen of Troy, may have had pre-Homeric origins. Echoes of Penelope appear in fragments of earlier Mediterranean mythologies, perhaps even as a pre-Greek goddess of domestic cycles or seasonal return. One fringe theory goes so far as to link Penelope's weaving to celestial cycles. The unwinding and reweaving of the shroud night after night may correspond to lunar phases, the waxing and waning of time. Her act then becomes not just temporal manipulation, but cosmic alignment. Too speculative? Perhaps. But the symbolism is difficult to ignore. A woman tethered to a loom, holding fate at bay through the unmaking of cloth, night after night, year after year. Could this be Homer's subtle echo of much older rites, lost now to time? And what of the maid who betrayed her? Who was she? Why did she speak? The text offers little. No name, no motive, no punishment. But some have suggested this betrayal was necessary. Not a failure of secrecy, but the end of a cycle. That Penelope's time as guardian of stasis had run its course. That chaos, embodied by the suitors, must rise again, so that order might be restored through Odysseus's return. In this reading, the shroud is not just a delaying tactic. It is a liminal tool, an instrument of balance between presence and absence, life and death, memory and forgetting. And so we are left with a loom, a woman working alone in the night. Her story, like the shroud, unfinished. What else was she weaving? What knowledge lay hidden in the pattern never seen? What might we uncover if we could see it? Not just as cloth, but as code. And if it was never meant to be completed, then what exactly was Penelope waiting for? Or who? Beyond the craggy shores of western Sicily, where the sea crashes against ancient volcanic rock, a strange silence clings to the landscape. Towering cliffs of dark basalt rise sharply above the water, and caves, vast gaping mouths in the earth, pierce the coastline like old wounds. It is here, in this wild and haunted corner of the Mediterranean, that legend places one of the most fearsome beings of Homer's world, the Cyclops. In the Odyssey, the encounter with the Cyclops Polyphemus is among the most terrifying and memorable episodes. Odysseus and his men, seeking shelter, stumble upon a land untouched by civilization, one without laws, government, or hospitality. They enter the cave of a giant shepherd, only to find themselves trapped by a brutal force of nature. With a single eye and a taste for human flesh, Polyphemus becomes a symbol of primal chaos. But who, or what, was the Cyclops? Is he merely a figment of poetic imagination, a monstrous warning against impiety and arrogance? Or does the myth conceal something older, stranger, and perhaps rooted in distant memory? The mainstream interpretation sees Polyphemus as a mythological archetype, the wild man or other who exists beyond the boundaries of Greek culture. He is the inversion of civilized life, isolated, brutal, and resistant to divine order. He neither fears the gods nor follows their rites. He represents the antithesis of Xenia, the sacred code of hospitality. But archaeological findings in the central Mediterranean offer tantalizing clues that there may be more beneath the surface. On the island of Sicily, near Mount Etna, local legends have long spoken of the Cyclopean builders, ancient giants who once roamed the land. The term Cyclopean masonry itself, used by modern scholars, refers to massive stone structures made from enormous, irregular blocks fitted together without mortar. These walls, found not only in Greece but in parts of Italy, Anatolia, and even the Levant, suggest engineering capabilities far beyond what we would expect from the Bronze Age civilizations usually credited with their construction. Were the ancient Greeks recalling these megalithic walls when they imagined the Cyclopes? In Hesiod's Theogony, a different version of the Cyclopes appears, one where they are not shepherds, but divine smiths who forge Zeus's thunderbolts beneath the earth. These beings are powerful, subterranean craftsmen working in fire and shadow. Here, the Cyclops becomes less a monster and more a cosmic artisan, closer to Hephaestus than to a cave-dwelling ogre. Could Homer's Polyphemus be a blend of these traditions? A poetic fusion of the archaic earth-dweller and the chthonic smith? Some researchers have turned to paleontology for explanations. In the 20th century, fossilized remains of extinct dwarf elephants were discovered in Mediterranean caves, including those on Sicily. These skulls, with their large central nasal cavity, may have been misinterpreted by early peoples as the remains of one-eyed giants. To a Bronze Age observer, unfamiliar with the anatomy of elephants, the bones could easily have inspired stories of monstrous beings with a single central eye. Could the Cyclops, then, be an ancient attempt to explain prehistoric remains? Still, others propose the Cyclops as an allegory. The cave, the eye, the blinding, the escape beneath the sheep. Each element of Odysseus's encounter follows a symbolic pattern. Some classicists suggest the episode represents a rite of passage, a journey through fear and shadow into rebirth and wisdom. The single eye may symbolize limited perception, a being who sees the world in only one way, unable to grasp the cunning or complexity of Odysseus. And then there are those who look further afield. In the traditions of ancient Anatolia, there are myths of one-eyed beings who guard sacred wells or forges. In the Caucasus, tales exist of giants with singular vision and immense strength. Even in Hindu mythology, there are beings with similar features, figures of immense power and ambiguity. Is it possible that the Cyclops is not uniquely Greek, but a shared archetype, echoing across cultures, shaped by migration, memory, and metaphor? And what of the eye itself? The motif of the single eye appears throughout world mythology, often associated with divine or prophetic insight, or with destructive power. Odin sacrifices an eye to gain wisdom. The Egyptian eye of Horus symbolizes protection and cosmic order. In each case, the eye is more than a body part. It is a symbol of vision, of power, of what can and cannot be seen. Could Polyphemus's blindness, then, represent more than just a clever escape? Might it symbolize the limits of brute force, the fall of primal power before cunning and intellect? Perhaps the blinding of the Cyclops is not only a tactical victory, it is a turning point in myth, where human craft and guile begin to surpass raw, untamed strength. And yet Homer does not allow us to feel triumph for long. Polyphemus, in his agony, calls out to his father, Poseidon, god of the sea. The consequence of Odysseus's cleverness is long-lasting, a cursed voyage, a wrathful god, and years of suffering. The tale is no simple contest of good and evil. It is a reminder that every action has a cost, and every monster may have a father. In modern times, visitors still walk the rocky coasts of Sicily and gaze at the so-called Scoglio di Polifemo, the rock of Polyphemus, said to be the massive stone the giant hurled at Odysseus's fleeing ship. It lies there still, half sunken in the surf. No one knows when it fell, or if it ever moved. But the story remains. Was there ever a real Cyclops? A race of giant builders? A tribe of divine blacksmiths? Or was Polyphemus always a metaphor, an ancient mirror reflecting fear, awe, and the mystery of what lay beyond the known world? And what do we truly see when we peer into the eye of a monster?